Almost forgot to unmute my mic. I've done that before. I think I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, all right. Just thought I'd look at some comic books, and I am drawing at the same time. I need to change my Stream Deck. I'm all screwed up. I got my Stream Deck a mess. I need to go over it again and change all the button layouts and everything. I'm just kind of, this is a drawing I've been working on for like 3 days. It's not the greatest, but I got to put some black lines on it. So I created a new layer. Now let me get my pen all set up here. I installed a bunch of new pen brushes. Not a bunch, but I've got the Kirby Crackle now. I've got here on the side Rough Line, Destroy, Line Art. Let's try the line art. I think that's the one I've been using, or maybe this one. See, that one's in Chinese characters. I don't read. We make happy accident dies. Yeah. Yeah, well, if I ever made anything good, it would be an accident. Trust me. I think I'm going to try this line art pen. I've been messing around with some assets off the store that I messing with. I haven't tried them all. This is a panel for my comic book. And I'm not sure what to do in this space out here, but it took me 3 days just to come up with this dude. This is one of the villains. But I'm still in the first 7 pages of my comic book. I've been working. It's going to take me forever. I don't know. Yeah, this is actually page 7, but I've got 3 splash pages. But I've got 3 splash pages done. But yeah, one of them I haven't done. I actually skipped page 6 because I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do it yet. It takes me a day just to figure out like how I'm going to do a panel. But this isn't what the comic book's going to look like. This is what I'm going to be giving to an artist and paying an artist to actually draw. But I want to give them as much info as I can. You know what I mean? I don't want them just. I'm just not going to give them a script or a plot and a script and say, "Here, draw this," because there's a certain way I want. But if an artist, a good artist, can frame a panel better, which I'm just kind of. I mean, I've been reading comic books for God how long? I don't know. And I still have a hard time like coming up with like panel ideas. So, why is that not letting me? Something's going on here. Am I on the wrong layer? Layer 1 is my. Oh, I know, because I've got it hidden. That's why it wouldn't let me. I haven't even started. I must have accidentally clicked the eyeball. I'm just going to, I need to make that, let's go 20 on that. I'm just going to trace over my pencils and put some black lines. I've been doing John Byrne. I've been working on my shading a little bit on the John Byrne Elswin. Let me get rid of all that. My John Byrne Elswin download pages. Imagine like thinking I can ink and freaking shade John Byrne, Those Elswin pages are badass though, man. Whew. and I haven't even looked at a lot of them. He's got multiple issues up, but I haven't even looked at a lot of them. Yeah, this is well, no, I draw the rough figure. You got to remember, this is days and days and days just to come. I draw the rough figure on a layer, and then I delete the layer. I pencil over, I pencil everything in, and then I delete the rough things. So yeah, this was day, and then I started over one time. I erased, but yeah, I have a bad habit of doing all these lines. I just start doing after I get my rough figure. I start doing lines and lines and lines, and it just it never stops. And an art, when I get a real artist, when I get a real artist, I'm gonna tell him, don't put all that stuff. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't spend days and days and days on one picture in a panel. But I'm not under any kind of time deadline. So I just put all this here, I'm gonna bring the shading back here. I call it shading. All I do is use the airbrush tool, and I put the dot. I just use the airbrush tool and it puts the dots on there, and that's what I call shading. It's not uh it's not actually, when you zoom it out, it still looks like crap, but it's good enough. It's going to get the job done. Plus, I'm not done with it. I'm going to get the job. It'll eventually get the job done. I just wish I had this kind of tablet like way back in the day when I was in high school, which was in the 80s. So, yeah, I think it's about the best I can do. Let's put it that way. You gotta remember, this takes me forever to do this. But I wish I would have had. Man, I'm so jealous of people like young people. If it had this kind of stuff, oh my God, man! If I would have had this kind of stuff, I might have actually had a comic book by now. This guy's name is Blood Shower. He's a he's like a mutant tick. He's like a mutant tick creature. This is just his head. I wanted to get like a close up of the face. This is the panel. This is the panel after the prologue that kind of sets up, kind of gets the action, gets the ball rolling a little bit in my story, where the action I've got like a 3-page prologue that kind of gives a little bit of backstory of what's going on in my comic book. Comic book's called Primal Strike. It's all my characters that I created. There's 4 main. It's kind of like X-Force meets Swamp Thing meets Thundar the Barbarian. It's got a little bit of element of everything that I love. Thundercats, Silverhawks, whatever. But yeah, they're kind of like an X-Force team. I need to look for some downloads on some new airbrush textures I can play around with on that Manga Studio. This is, they call it Paint Clip Studio now or whatever. Clip Studio Paint Pro is what this is, but it's actually Manga Studio. They just changed the name of it. But they've got an asset store that I didn't even know, and I went cruising through there, and I was like, "Good God, I could spend all day in here." So I bought a 1 month membership. I bought a 1 month membership that gave me some of their tokens called Clippy, and I also bought some gold. They use like a gold token thing, and because some of the purchases take what's called gold. And a lot of them are free. The majority of them are free. I'd say about 70% are free, but it seems like some of the more interesting ones obviously cost a little bit of money. But I just purchased, and I just received in the mail yesterday before I went to work. I purchased off a guy that I know on the interwebs that has a YouTube channel named Rob Norton. I purchased his fan fiction comic book, 3 issues of it that he had printed, and he does it. It's not his licensed material. I'm going to be showing some of that. It is really cool. He's younger than I am, I think by like 8 or 9 years or 7 or 8 years or something, but we kind of have some of the same interest in supposedly he's a big He-Man Masters of the Universe fan growing up, and that would have been more in his age range. I liked it as well, but I was a freshman in high school by the time that came out. But I still liked it. I didn't let anybody know that I liked it, but my parents didn't get cable television until like 1983, and my buddy that lived across the street a few houses down, one of my comic book buddies named Ken Marsh, his parents had freaking cable in 1980, and it's not the cable now, with all the million. We only had the 3 channels, so he got the extra channels that had the Masters of the Universe on it. And so I finally talked my parents in, because my parents don't care about television much at all. They certainly didn't care about cable, or they're not big movie watchers. They might go to the movies. They might have gone to the movies maybe twice a year when I was growing up. And I was going all the time, but I couldn't really watch He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Now, I could watch G.I. Joe and Voltron because those were on the local station, and Transformers. I think the He-Man animated, but anyway, the point is that he made a fan fiction comic book kind of merging everything together. And it's really cool. I'm just blackening some of these lines. Yeah, I've posted some of my other drawings of my panels, and I just get carried away with doing the freaking. I like designing characters. That's one of my. I'm better at actually designing the characters than I am drawing, so it just takes me forever. But I just took Man-Thing from Marvel Comics. I took Swamp Thing, or DC is Swamp Thing, but which I've been getting into recently. I went to the comic book store today, actually. Got a good comic book store about 20 miles from me. And I didn't get any Swamp Thing today, but I've been getting some of those old Bernie Wrightson, Lin Wein Swamp Things. And But I designed this guy quite a while ago. I just hadn't drawn him yet, not fully. And I still haven't fully. Now I've drawn his minions. I've got a full body picture of one of his minions. Now I was thinking about putting back here in the background, like silhouette, have a group of minions here of his minions, because he's going to be saying, because they're preparing to launch an attack. See, I lost everything. I had to like get back the discipline to start doing it again, Volts. Because I missed it. Because in middle school and high school, I used to draw my own comic book. My friend Rodney, that I met my freshman year of high school, he was a year older than me. When I was in high school, freshman high school in 1983, one of the books I was really into, Marvel books, was Power Man and Iron Fist. And he was really into that. He loved that because we were, the ninja craze was going on. Everything was freaking ninja. They had that show on TV with Lee Van Cleef called The Master, where he was that old ninja master. It was kind of a hokey show. It got canceled like during the second season, but we'd go see all those Enter the Ninja movies and stuff. So we would draw. We had a comic book called Cougar and Hammer Fist, like Power Man, Iron Fist, or it was Hammer, whatever we had, whatever it was called. But we drew like 3 issues of that, and we were equally bad artists. But, he'd write an issue and I'd write an issue, and then we'd laminate it and like staple it together. It was, it was terrible, but it was something we did, just for fun. But some people thought it was cool. Some people that I let look at it was like, hey, that's pretty neat. But like, yeah, don't quit your day job. And my art teacher, Mrs. Gordy, for one, she liked the female artists. We had this one girl that was like a superstar artist. Her name was Jenny or something like that. I can't remember, but I mean, she was badass. I ought to Google to see if whatever happened. Let's see if I could find her to see what. But I know she became like some sort of professional commercial artist. Had to have. She was so good. And so anything, I draw my stupid comic book character, and she'd go, yeah, F, bang. Because comic books weren't cool back then. Nobody gave it. 1983, you had to hide. I had to hide the fact I was reading comic books in class. There was only like one other dude in my high school that was like into it. But he wasn't into it like I was. I gotta get enough of this so I can erase that layer. I can delete that layer. But anyway, that guy's comic, god damn, man, I can't stay on a... I'm worse than Janzer. I can't stay on point. Hope he doesn't hear me say that. I can't stay on a... Try lowering the opacity. Oh, yeah, you mean on the... lower the opacity on the pencil layer? That's turning the pencil layer off. Yeah, I'm worse than Janzer. I'm staying on... Janzer's like, God damn, you ramble on about some stupid shit, kid. Yeah, I can do that. Oop, I accidentally just drew that shit on layer 1. Whoops. Yeah, you can put down the opacity. Yeah. I kind of don't have a system. I just kind of go, Like I said, this is just, I'm drawing all this for reference because I want to draw it because it's fun. I'm having fun doing this, but and that's the main thing. But I want to be able to go. I got one artist in mind, and I want to be able to go. Hey, you want to draw my comic book? You know, what? Give me your page rate and all this because I've seen some of the other comic books. I've seen some of the other independent comic books he's drawn, and I like his style. I don't know if you know who a guy named Paul Smith is. He was a Marvel artist. He's actually like a Hollywood storyboard guy. Not layer one again, Count. Yeah, I know. Hey, Phil, what's up? But he kind of has a little bit of Paul Smith in him that I've seen in his comic books, and I love Paul Smith. Yeah, if I go, let's see, blah, 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 blah. Where's my full? See, now I can't. That's not Paul Smith. I was looking at this comic book earlier. Paul Smith blows this guy away. I don't know who this is. I know Jim Valentino writes this What If. I'm not familiar with the artist. Rick Levins. I've never even heard of that. But he's a 90s, he's probably a late 90s guy. That's why I don't know him. I know Jim Valentino. I love Jim Valentino, but he's just doing the script here of this. Hold on. Let me bring up I'm going to bring up Paul Smith here. Because I'm in the mood to look at some Paul Smith stuff. Bolts was playing Half-Life 2 earlier, I think. Yeah, I was actually in the middle of shading this character when I saw it said you were streaming on Discord. I've been stuck in my own little world lately. I think I have to go to you for Uncanny X-Men. But this is the guy that I'm trying to get. Well, where in the fuck is it? Do they change this? Okay, calm down. I found it. Jesus, what's wrong with me? Calm down, you idiot. They make it so hard on the desktop to find what you want. I'd have just start bookmarking all these books, but I'd have a bookmark list of 500 long. Come on, you slow ass app. I hope I'm even on the right. If I'm not on the right book, don't tell me it's okay, there's the Uncanny X-Men. But the artist style, the guy I'm after kind of has a little bit of this style. I don't know if he's purposely, he's he's not real young. I think he's in his upper 30s. I think he's in his late 30s. To me, that's young. Like all the dudes I work with, they're all in their 20s. I call them kids. And they look at me like, eh. I'm like, my old ass, you're a fucking kid, all right? Get over it. Where is he? There's John Romita. We're almost there. John Romita Jr. Claremont Smith. This is one of my all-time favorite, besides the John Byrne. This is my actual. Unfortunately, he only did about 10 books. He only did about 10 issues because they were making mad royalties because the X-Men were selling like hotcakes right here. This is 1982. So yeah, the X-Men were at the height of their sales right here because thanks to John Byrne, Chris Claremont, of course. But the X-Men were the number one selling comic book. Did I grab it? Let's see. Right here. Look at that shit, man. That's Paul Smith. Now, if you've ever seen this animated movie in the early 80s called Fire and Ice, he was one of the animators on that. He did some cool like fantasy type animation stuff for Hollywood. Like he's kind of slumming it in comic books. He said in an interview he did this because of the royalty system that they were just now implementing, thanks to Jim Shooter. They were implementing in place to so everybody was trying to get, like, of course you're going to want to, if you're going to draw a team book, you're going to want to get paid for it. And the big money was in drawing the X-Men or the Legion of Superheroes in DC or Teen Titans, which George Perez had. But Paul Smith came out, and I'd never seen him before, but I remember I was like, oh my God, who is this dude? But I mean, that is so cool. That's Binary, I believe. Yep. Live Free or Die. Chris Claremont, Paul Smith, Bob Wyachek's good too, the inker. But this style of art, this guy's got a touch. The artist that I'm going to try to hire has a touch of this guy in him, just a little bit. I'm not saying he's on that level, but you can see a little bit of similarity. And I just love this. I love this style. I love the way he draws Cyclops' visor. It's a total. I mean, it's a different style than Dave Cockrum. Yeah, it's a little more anime, a little more cartoony. You know, these faces, but you know, little different than John Byrne. Not way off the track from John Byrne or anything, just a different, you know. But you can definitely tell he's in his element when he's doing the far out, because they're out in outer space here with the Shi'ar Empire, Lilandra right there. She's the empress of the Shi'ar Empire. But he's in his element doing this more. Like, I wouldn't want to see Paul Smith draw Daredevil or something like that. That's just a waste, you know. But to see this outer space science fiction-y kind of stuff. Here's the Brood. And yes, I looked at some Brood stuff when I said I'm going to design one of my kind of characters. I even call the minions of this guy that I'm drawing right now the Blood Brood. Yeah, whatever. Sue me. But this is the Brood, which they took from Alien, because the first appearance of this was like 1980, a year after the Alien movie. So, yeah. But that artist captured my attention when I was like, God damn, that he's got a hint of Paul Smith style in him. And this is Paul Smith, if he would have stayed with comic books, he would have been a big, big deal. But he took the money and ran. He said that he wanted to travel the country on his Harley Davidson. So he took the X-Men gig, and so he could get enough royalties so he could take time off and not work and ride around the country on his Harley Davidson. And that is a quote from him in a comic book interview. And I got that information from Rob Liefeld's podcast, because Rob Liefeld has met the guy, talked to the guy, and he said, but he also, there was an interview with him and said, yeah, I did the X-Men because I wanted the money. And boy, this X-Men were selling at this time. Now, what they've done to the X-Men in the last 15 years is criminal compared to this stuff. Absolutely criminal. I think he's the first one to draw Storm with the Mohawk style and all that stuff. But look, I mean, look at that. Well, yeah, well, I mean, back then, why wouldn't you want to do the X-Men, you know? John Byrne left the X-Men because he had creative differences with Chris Claremont. He wanted to be, John Byrne made no bones about it. He said it himself. You can see YouTube interviews where he had creative clashes with Chris Claremont. He didn't like the way Chris Claremont was writing the characters. And Chris Claremont is the X-Men. I mean, at Chris Claremont, there is no X-Men, you know. Chris Claremont was the... But that's just John Byrne wanting control of his own book. John Byrne's not a guy that usually has... He didn't have ambitions to be somebody's penciler. He wanted... So they ended up giving him the Fantastic Four, and he had that legendary run on Fantastic Four where he was the writer and he had basically total control of the entire book. He even inked some of them as well, so under a fake name. A lot of people don't know that. But yeah, anyway, there was a question. Somebody posed a question on Twitter the other day. Who would you like to see return to the X-Men? And somebody had said, a lot of people were like, of course, John Byrne. But you can get John Byrne Elsewin pages, kind of his fan fiction, on his website. You can download the pages, the pencils. You can ink them, and you just can't sell them. You know, he can't sell them. He doesn't have the licensing for the X-Men, obviously. But God, if John Byrne would come back to the X-Men, that'd be unbelievable. But I also said I'd want to see Paul Smith. I couldn't imagine like a Paul Smith. I don't know how old he is now. He has to be in his at least 60s, you know. But I couldn't imagine Paul Smith coming back. I mean, that would be unbelievable. Oh, that is so cool. Like Wolvie grabs his visor and, you know, he's been infected. Cyclops has been infected by the Brood. Look at that. God damn, man. I miss these days of the X-Men. What they've done with the X-Men in the last 15 years is fucking criminal. I mean, how do you fuck that up? It is god-awful garbage now. God-awful garbage that they're churning out. Just ruining shit that was good. But I have hopes. I think they're going to try to right that ship when it comes to the X-Men. They just put it in the hands of... They have bad editors. They have bad people in charge. You know, DC. Look at the decline of DC Comics. Look who they have in charge. Jim Lee. He's a fucking clown. Everybody goes gaga over his art. I'm like, just because you can draw, and he's not that good. In my opinion, he doesn't hold a candle to John Byrne or Paul Smith, but doesn't mean you can run a comic book company. You can run it in the fucking ground, and that's what's going on. But yeah, Jim Lee's a fucking clown. Like, who's making these editorial decisions, you know? That is such a cool panel, though. That bottom one, where he rips Cyclops' visor off, and then boom, 2 eye beams. It's not being diffused by the ruby quartz. It's not being diffused by the... Because in Cyclops' arm, what it was back in the day, Cyclops had a palm control where that ruby quartz lens would come up on his visor and release his blast. So he could control the amount that ruby quartz. Ruby quartz is the material that keeps his optic beams in check. And he could control, he could do it like a little sliver and do like a real thin beam. Or he could do like a big wide burst. He'd just open it all the way, the little thing. But he had a palm control. And they never drew it like him doing that. But he, not like Spider-Man's web shooters or something. Ah, look at that. And Kitty Pryde right here. That's old school Kitty Pryde. This is like a year and a half after they even created the character. Chris Claremont, John Byrne created that character. By the Black Nebula. Yeah, I just love. I mean, look at that. Oh, that's Lockheed the Dragon. Rawr. That's a cool. Lockheed just fried the Brood. Some of the Brood dudes. Look at Kitty's face. Mother hurt, please. Huh? He's resisting the metamorphosis. Yep. So there he goes, wide beam right there, and he just blasts them. Or maybe there for a little bit, they had his optic blast in his palm, but he also would touch his visor. So he had control in his visor. They call them temple touchers, characters like that. But normally they're like telepaths or teleconnects or whatever. There's Wolverine. He'll be healing from that. He'll be healing from that soon. Cyclops is still being metamorphosized into a Brood alien. Yeah, I mean it's a takeoff of Alien, but I actually have this issue. I lost a lot of my X-Men, but I still have this one. Oh, Wolvie just got, and I love that. He just slices them. Damn, Wolvie took a beating. Carol Danvers. That's the Captain Brie Larson. Fuck out of here, Brie Larson. I guess she's done with Marvel movies after this next disaster, that incoming disaster Marvels that comes out next month. That's going to lose so much money. I like her as Binary. I mean, I don't like Paul Smith. I don't like Paul Smith as much as I like how he draws Storm's face. That's nice. I don't like Paul Smith as much as John Byrne, but probably my second favorite X-Men artist. If you even want to call him an X-Men artist. I mean, he did freaking 10 issues, I think. Oh, look at that page. That is cool. It's got the New Mutants down here. The original New Mutants. Cannonball. Professor X is got some there's Sunspot fighting Wolverine. Look at this big ouch. Nightcrawler. Look who has become a Brood. Charles Xavier has become a Brood alien. Yeah, throughout most of Dave Cockrum, when Dave Cockrum came back after John Byrne, a lot of the storylines were centered on the Brood, them fighting the Brood alien. Oh, that is badass, man. I think Rob Liefeld tried to copy this. I mean, that's just a sweet picture. Rob Liefeld definitely tries to swipe this. I mean, not just Rob Liefeld. A lot of them did. I'm sure Jim Lee did, and Mark Silvestri and all that. But Mark Silvestri also had a good run on X-Men. I don't like it as much as Paul Smith, but that is a badass. Yeah, I'll be doing a panel. I'm going to be trying to do a panel like that with one of my characters. That is so cool. I love this shading stuff in this toning in the background too. And we don't intend to lose. Yeah, I notice he uses a lot of these long vertical panels. It's pretty cool. Yeah, he's got some iconic pictures. He has some iconic. There's Gladiator. There's Corsair from the Starjammers. Fantastic. Ooh, Paul Smith drawing the Thing. Professor Xavier is a jerk. Uh-oh. This is where Chris Claremont was starting to he was starting to like go outside the box a little bit on stuff, story wise. The fans loved it. Yeah, I mean, they started getting more female. It got a lot more soap opera ish during this run. During, you know, during this time, it was more a lot more dramatic, like action oriented, like serious tone when Byrne was on the book. I love the way Paul Smith draws Colossus. Oof. Kitties. I don't even remember this issue. Oh, that's cool. This fallen angel. Oh, that is a cool cover. Who does that? Paul Smith. Yep. PNS. It might be PMS. Yeah, that's Paul Smith. He's doing the covers as well. Yep. That's a cool cover. I like the way the toning on the pipe matches the dark shading on the pipe and matches the rat there. The water dripping. And then the angel is like strapped up here on a railroad dolly thing or whatever. This fallen angel. I had this issue. Oh, this is I am Sunder. I am here to hurt you. Catacombs. Oh, this is when they encounter the Morlocks down in the subway. Yeah, I remember this. I had this issue. I just don't remember. I don't remember that cover. And then you got the Return of the Hellfire Club. You've got Emma Frost here, and then you've got Sebastian Shaw. That's just some hoe that they brought in. I don't think they've got her. She's trying to take the place of Jean Grey when she was in the Hellfire Club there for a minute. Chris Claremont going back to the well there. Yeah, there's Callisto and Caliban. Is that? Yeah, I think that's Caliban. I know that's Callisto. Morlock, the leader of the Morlocks, the one with the eye patch. Yeah, right there. I am Callisto. Yeah, there you go. My memory's a little shaky. My memory is a little. I like this panel with the three. He likes using these vertical panels, but they've got the angel all strung up here. Oh, he's cutting off Angel's feathers on the wings. That's what's the name? Caliban. I said it earlier. I couldn't remember. He's the one. No, that's Leech. One of them negates mutant powers when he's near him. I think that's Leech. I forget what Caliban does. I think they did that in that Logan movie. I think they had that character in that Logan movie. I didn't really watch that Logan movie all that carefully. But yeah, Paul Smith. I mean, there's another great cover. I mean, just some beautiful panels. Definitely a different style, like of John than John Byrne. I mean, there's some they have some similarities. Sprite Child. Oh, there's Mystique. Bringing back Mystique. And there's Destiny. Can reshape my body any way I want. I don't know the name of that character. I can't remember. He can morph into the likenesses of other people. Here's the showdown between Storm. But we're not. I think after this issue is when the next issue is when they do Storm with a makeover on Storm. Now that's not Paul Smith cover. I can tell who that is right off the bat. That's Walt Simonson. You can tell by the signature gives it away too, because he tries to make his signature look like a dinosaur, because he was really into paleontology. His little signature down there that I'm not showing on the screen, he does the O in his name like the hump on the Bob Wyacek. Yep, but I can just look at that and see that's Walt Simonson, because he's going to draw the stronger characters, really broad-shouldered, big, like he did Thor, real manly. Well, Paul Smith has like a more slender type build on his drawings. This is Walt Simonson. Yeah, guest penciler Walt Simonson. This was kind of an interruption of Paul Smith's run. Now you're going from awesome to awesome. You're going from Paul Smith to Walt Simonson. You're not losing anything there. You got a different style, but I mean they look somewhat similar, but I can tell just because I know from reading all of these. Yeah, that's a Walt Simonson. I think John Romita Jr. was trying to channel Walt Simonson a little bit, because that kind of looks a little bit like a John Romita Jr. pose there that he would do later, but he wasn't on the X-Men yet. I'm not a big fan of John Romita Jr.'s X-Men run. I like John Romita Jr. There's some stuff he just doesn't fit. Now this is Belasco. Yeah, this character. I don't know what his hired muscle is here. That's a Nightcrawler looking, but yeah, that's the Demon Lord Belasco. This is the first appearance of, I think this is the first appearance of Illyana Rasputin. It's not the first appearance of her, because they show her as a little kid in the Byrne Claremont run. They show her, but they hadn't made her a character yet. But this might be the first appearance of magic. There's the sword. Yeah, she pulls the soul sword out of the dimension. Yeah, where'd that sword come from? That's the first time I think in comic books you're seeing that. I think that's the issue. And I think the next issue is where Storm chops her hair off and does the mohawk thing. Oh, that's cool. That's Carol Danvers hitting Rogue right out the top of the mansion. They've got a beef. Rogue gets her super strength from being permanently transfixed for too long, too much contact with Carol Danvers. That's where she got her Kree strength. Yeah, she's binary here, but goes in the house and you see, bam, yeah, they've got some bitter beef going on. I like that. I like that face. I think the next issue is the one. Now they're starting on this issue. This is Paul Smith again. We're back to Paul Smith. I'm pretty sure. Yep, I can just tell. You can tell by the eyes. If you watch that Fire and Ice animated movie in the early 80s, you can tell there's Paul Smith in there just by the faces and stuff. It's really cool. I may have to go back and watch that. It's been a while. You got this picture of Rogue coming like, it's not the Rogue we know now, but oh, look at that Silver Samurai. Oh, man. That is badass. Woo. I'm a Silver Samurai girl. To attack me is death. He's got a ring. He's got a teleporter ring, too. That's one of his tricks. Now, I don't know if he's got it on here, but he can teleport out of there with that ring. He used to have it. I don't know if this is what, beginning of 83. I think this is 1983 by now, close to it. And there's Madam Viper. Or just Viper or whatever. At one point, I think they called her Madam Viper. It was a really cool Chris Claremont, Sal Buscema, Steve Leialoha as the inker run of Marvel Team Up that's got Madam Viper and Silver Samurai against Nick Fury, Shang-Chi, and Spider-Man. And Black Widow. I think I went over it once, but yeah, it's awesome. Some of the best Marvel Team-Up books. Yeah, they just call her Viper here. I always called her Madam Viper. Because at one point, I think she was Madam Hydra or something, or... Oh, I love that. I love that panel right there with Silver Samurai. He draws Silver Samurai awesome. Woo. I just love the panels. Tag, you're dead. For 60 cents, better fun can't be had. Trying to find. Oh, there's that Marvel Team Up right there. Yeah, because it had Silver Samurai in it. And Viper. They recommended that I look at it. Paul Smith. This is a famous cover. I mean, Paul Smith, at this point in time, this is 1983. You've also got Art Adams coming in as an artist. And all the Image guys, McFarlane, Liefeld, Jim Lee, Mark Silvestri. Mark Silvestri's already been at Marvel here, but they are all influenced by Paul Smith and guys like Art Adams. They'll even tell, I mean, they'll even say it. They'll admit it. Yeah. We were trying to channel those guys. We were trying to channel Art Adams and with that 90s style of comic books. Because at the time, at the time, Paul Smith shot on the scene drawing X-Men. This made a big splash in comic books. That's what everybody was talking about. Paul Smith, Art Adams. I love this panel here with he swipes. He does a backhand swipe with his adamantium claws and gets half of Silver Samurai's mask. That is cool. See, and this is some Frank Miller influence here as well. Panel, just no words, just action, the flow of the action. And then Silver Samurai gets him in the back of the neck with the... You just don't see this stuff anymore, man. Now they're all sitting around latte bars. Makes my stomach sick. I love that backhanded grab here. Snap. Uh-oh. No. He's about ready to stab him in the face. He already broke his arm. He already snapped Silver Samurai's arm. Oh, look at that. I love that picture of Viper there with that gun. That gun is badass. Kenichio. And Rogue's going to outrun the bullet, it's not a bullet, it's a blast or whatever. Maybe it is a bullet, I don't know. No, it's a ray blast. Rogue's going to outrun, knock him out of the way, and then block it with her body. Until the feedback destroys the pistol. Look at this panel here. So Rogue got hurt. Yeah, Rogue got hurt by that blast. That's badass. That inner chest right there. I like this zoom out, fade to white panel with these characters. Man, you can learn a lot about comic book design going through these masters, man. Whew. There's the first picture of Storm with the Mohawk in comic books. Wonder how much this issue goes for. I think I have this issue actually, though. I've got some of the Paul Smith X-Men. I don't have them all. I used to have them all. But yeah, that's the very first. They're like, your clothes, your hair, what have you done? A new look. Do you like it? How could you? It's rather striking change, Aurora. Why'd you do it? I had my reasons. I am not allowed. Am I not allowed? I had my reasons. And of course, Cyclops has Madeline Pryor here, who he's trying to get Jean Grey vibes again. He just can't leave the redheads alone, I guess. And of course, they do the Jean Grey gets resurrected type thing with Madeline Pryor. Mastermind. There's Mastermind coming back, Hellfire Club stuff. You see, because Wolverine's in love with Mariko there, so yeah, he's not happy. He's been rejected. I have this issue. X-Men 174, 1983. and they are up in one of the Shi'ar space cruisers. I recently on one of my panels did a picture of the Earth. I did not. I should have looked at this. I should have looked at this damn issue. I could have gotten a better. That looks way better than mine. Duh. Louise Jones. She hadn't married Walt Simonson yet. And there's the Star Jammers. That's what these guys are. Corsair. Forget the name. I can't pronounce Choad or whatever. And this dude, I can't remember. And then this, I can't remember the names of the Star Jammers. I bought a Star Jammers comic book today, though, at the comic book store. Professor X is still trying to get it out of that damn wheelchair. He's putting in the physical therapy, trying to get out of the wheelchair. Yeah, this is definitely Chris Claremont would have like a big action issue, and then he would slow the pace down and start building some more plot threads, and he'll have like a issue where they're just kind of delving into their personal lives a little bit. The readers liked it. I prefer the big action issues, but you know. Of course, the plot thread continues with Mastermind down there. They're ready to resurrect Dark Phoenix 2.0, I guess. There it is. Yep. Boom. Oh, look at that. Of course, you know, the X-Men fans were like, oh my God, Dark Phoenix is back. To be concluded. That is badass panel. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show my. Hold on. I'm gonna show that. These comic books that I got off of. Here we go. I bought 3 off of. My camera's over here, moron. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That looks horrible. This is that Masters In comic book. He's got 3 volumes. They're like 80 pages. Fan fiction comic book. I need a better. I need to get myself a little table here on the side. I only read the first issue. It's black and white. He did it in black and white. I don't blame him. The cost of coloring that and the work to color this would have been unbelievable. I don't like the way I'm going to turn that back on. He's got himself, this is his Masters of the Universe. Let me turn the light up a little bit. Got it all on my stream deck here. Yeah. Finally got that damn other light to sync up. Anytime I did an update, it would. Never mind. Book 1, story Rob Norton, art Robert Norton, and his brother John Norton is a artist as well. They're kind of independent artists, but I'm trying to. He should be doing a crowdfunded book, but he's got a picture of a Skeletor back there, and then He-Man. He's using, but as you can see on the back, dead giveaway. That's the Sword of Omens, baby. Thundercats. So I'm like, now I already knew that was happening because he kind of previewed this on his YouTube channel. And when I talked to him, he kind of gave away, but that would have been a shocker if I would have thought this was just a Masters of the Universe fan fiction book. And then you turn it around and say, wait a second, that's fucking Thundercats, baby. But there's more than that in there. That fucking he goes on. He does a he does like an intro thing of why he made this book, and obviously he can't sell it because he doesn't own the rights. Too bad he doesn't own the rights to it. I'd rather read this than the new crap they're coming out at Marvel. Most of the new stuff. I mean, there's a couple things Marvel's doing new that are decent. Bringing back facsimile stuff based on Bronze Age stuff. Yeah. And the new Daredevil's halfway decent. But anyway, here we go. Rob Norton. He said, "Thanks for giving me a chance to share my story with you." So he come up with this. He's working on part 6 right now. I only have part. This is his. Man, he put in some love on this picture, man. You can tell the dude really likes Masters of the Universe. I am not the biggest Masters of the Universe fan. I like it. When I went to see that movie in 1987, after I graduated high school, it was the year after I graduated high school. I was just about ready to start college. And yeah, I went to see that. I actually rode my bike. I rode my mountain bike out to the movie theater. And because it was a real nice summer day, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get out of this heat, and I'm gonna go. And I grabbed a bowl of Baskin Robbins ice cream because they had a Baskin Robbins ice cream connected to the theater, and I locked up my bike and I went inside. I said I'll get out of the heat for 2 hours. Talk about a waste of 2 hours, man. I remember it vividly. Right, I could not wait to go. I was like, man, Masters of the Universe. It's got Dolph Lundgren as He-Man, fucking Frank Langella as Skeletor. This is going to be fucking epic. I got in there and 15 minutes in. Yeah, I got taken again by this horse shit. They didn't even have Orko in it or anything. But yeah, he's got Triclops and Evelyn and Trapjaw and Beastman. And they're all fucking turning on Skeletor. I'm not going to spoil the whole book. Obviously, the fucking thing's 80 pages long, and I've got 3 issues. I've read this one. But it's just action from the go, man. But it's all his... It's just Skeletor, and it's ultra violent, man. I mean, I had a smile on my face just reading this whole thing. Going through the panels. I mean, the whole time, man. I had just fucking a big grin on my face last night when I read this. He tears fucking Trapjaw's lower jaw out. I mean, this is brutal Skeletor. This isn't, royal boobs Skeletor. This isn't kitty Skeletor. This is actually violent. This is He-Man. This is He-Man and the Masters of the Universe if it was ultra violent rated R, basically. So cool. But he rips the fuck out of Trapjaw's lower fucking and he beats the fuck out of he rips off Triclops' visor or head. He rips fucking head off. Fucking whoops Beastman. Then he flies, he goes, I gotta get enough power to beat He-Man. I'm not gonna fuck around anymore. So he figures out a way to get to another dimension. I'm not gonna spoil any more of the... Yeah, I am actually going to spoil a little bit of it. Fuck it. And then he appears out of that dimension. You don't know how much time's gone by. And then there's Man-at-Arms and He-Man and Teela. And look at that. He does the Ultron beams. This reminds me of like the Jim Shooter Bride of Ultron run where he does the encephalo beam that goes through Thor and the Vision and just doesn't knock them out. It like goes through their whole essence, their being. He's got some laser blast that just can go through them. Like I said, this is ultra violent. By the power of Grayskull, yeah, bring on. Like, nope, not happening. Fucking disrupts his hand, disintegrator beam out of his eyes. Fucking just disrupts Prince Adam's hand before he can change into He-Man. It's like, why didn't they ever think about that? Why are they just standing around letting Prince Adam say that horse shit to become He-Man? Why don't they do something to stop him from raising his sword up and saying that shit? By the power of Grayskull, and then you see the the Luke Skywalker bloody stump. Well, they didn't show any blood in because they didn't want to rated. They had to keep it PG for Empire Strikes Back. But that reminded me of that. It's like, fuck, he just disintegrated my hand. But he's thinking if I could change to He-Man, I'd probably heal. I'd probably regenerate my hand, and because power of Grayskull and all that shit. But this is just brutal ass, mean ass Skeletor. And then you got the sorceress there, and Skeletor's like, surprise, he can teleport wherever he wants. He can like switch between dimensions and shit. And he can he's basically like the Vision here. He can make himself ethereal. So he's just basically laying waste all these fucktard, and then he's like, oh really? I just spoiled that. Shit. I was gonna build a He's saying here, I can just basically lay waste all these fucktard Eternia hero people. My recent travels, I have crossed space and time and dimensions looking for the most powerful weapons. Enter one of the powerful weapons. Fucking Voltron. Fucking the lion Voltron. And that's the classic Voltron pose, with the lion. Because there were two different Voltrons. There was the space vehicle Voltron teams, and there was the lions, the 5 lions Voltron. The 5 lions were the most popular one. That was the one they did a season with the other ones, and I guess the fans said, nah, we prefer the lion Voltron. I always liked the lion Voltron. There was a few. Yes, I was gonna say that. You beat me to it, Phil. Damn you. Damn you to hell. You lunatic, you maniacs. This is the fucking shit we needed. I was just about ready to say that. I swear. This is the shit, not this stupid Kevin Smith shit. This is the shit we needed for a fucking He-Man animated series on Netflix to make it more like the HBO Spawn animated. This is what the fans want. This is what the true fans want, not these weirdo fans that aren't really fans. The blue-haired fucking, you know what I'm talking about. We've got a we need a representation. No, this is what I need. Badassery shit, not fucking representation, okay? This represents cool and violence. This is what this is what eventually we're going to come around to. I like lighthearted stuff too. I like fun. You don't have to have super violence. It's got to come back to action. Look at the Deadpool movie. Could you imagine a PG Deadpool movie? Nobody wants that. Look at the Logan. That Logan movie is considered the best Wolverine movie, right? With Hugh Jackman. Why? It's rated R. It's dark. It's got violence. It's got serious. This is taking a kid's thing and turning it into something ultraviolet. And that's what the fans want. They don't want stories of Tila and her feminist, trying to hook up with Evelyn or whatever. Don't get me started. Gee, hold on. Somebody posted something in Discord. It sucks to drive 2.5 hours, 4 days to get paid $50 a day plus gas. You shouldn't have to drive 2.5 hours to get to a federal. Hopefully I don't have to do it. I have to call night before to see if I can have to report. Yeah, Aaron, don't report. Call them and say, look, man, I'm 2.5 hours away. Are you kidding me? You're going to put me up in some bougie hotel? Tell them that. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck that noise. Make them pay for your fucking hotel. Put it like, yeah, make them pay for your gas. $50 a day, that ain't gonna cut it. For two and a half hour drive, 4 days, $50 a day. Oh, he said plus gas. That ain't enough. Screw that noise. I mean, if you want to get it, if you're lazy like me, want to get out of work, yeah, sure. I can read comic books. Fucking. Oh man, I would love to see this for He-Man animated, man. Getting back on point. But fucking Voltron, I love that picture of Voltron. Now he's just used the famous picture of Voltron with the Voltron sword and all that, you know, with the light going there. But it's still cool. And there's Adam still with his stumpy ass arm. And fucking Teela, that's how I want to see Teela right there. Dead. All right. Fucking they're all dead. And then He-Man has a breakdown like fucking this is real shit. Then Orko comes. Said, you gotta get me to teleport my ass to Grayskull. And then now his arm is regenerated. His hand is regenerated because he's become. I mean, you can't have He-Man going around with one hand, right? But this is this is a little bit of a deconstruction story of, but it's also got some lightheartedness to it. It's just action. He's not trying to like make some kind of big melancholy story. I mean, it's got some of that. Really like the back cover illustrate. You mean this? The Sword of Omens? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that's badass. Now on the second one, he does a more realistic version of him. He does the same exact cover. He's Stuntman. He's Stuntman. But in the second volume, he does a more realistic picture of the sword instead of just like a, you know what I mean? And the same with this. It looks more like three-dimensional. He's got the more light, he's got lighting and shading on it and stuff. And then in the third one, he's got them crossing swords. It's a different kind of cover, but I like how simple it is. You know what I mean? Cool. But Voltron is coming after Castle Grayskull because I won't spoil that. The Sword of Omens looks cool in black and white with the red. Oh yeah, it's bad. That's badass. So he's using Voltron. So you got He-Man versus Voltron. Look at that panel where He-Man comes flying in and just breaks Voltron's fucking left eye or right eye. Bam. And then Voltron goes flying down, but he's still out to get him. Then you have Castle Grayskull on fire. Skeletor, this will end. Sorceress comes in. Skeletor. Yeah, I had the metal one for a while. Yeah, I had the metal lion one for a little while. I think I traded it. I think I was in 8th grade when I had that. And I think I traded it for something. Traded it to some kid for something else. I can't remember. It might have been some G.I. Joe shit. Yeah. Chapter 2, Eye of Thundera. And now Skeletor has the Eye of Thundera. I know I'm holding this like a crackhead and I'm all fidgety all over the place, but I don't have my platform thing. I had to take it off my desk to make room for my big pin display thing here. But yeah, this is badass. Then now you're back on the Thundercat. The fuck. Eternia is the other one. What's the name of the Thundercats world? Oh my god, man, my memory. Thundera. Is it? Is that the name of the world? Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Thundera. Duh. Aya Thundera. Yeah. And I'm supposed to know this stuff, right? Hold on, Snarf. Sword of Omens has warned us of danger. So now we have a Skeletor makes his appearance. They're like, he's like, come here, rodent. Snarf. Aya Thundera. Eternity come to your planet for the powerful weapon that you possess. So Skeletor's basically on a mission to go to all of these worlds and get their powerful weapons. The Thundercat. I wish he would have put the Silverhawks. Maybe he doesn't like the Silverhawks. That'd been cool to have the Silverhawks in here as well. Hint, hint, idea for the future. Or Brave Star. That'd be badass. This blew my mind right here. This was like, he fucking rips Snarf. He rips Snarf's fucking tail off. I was like, dude, Rob Norton, you need fucking therapy, man. You're ripping Snarf. Skeletor just fucking brutalizes Snarf. No, Thundercats ho, and he goes out, and here comes Chitara. Chitara smacks, don't worry, Lion-O, with her bow staff. Smacks Skeletor in the head. I've got him. You're dealing with, I like that picture of Chitara there. I would like to see this in color. Yeah, that's what I said. I said, you fucking maniac lunatic. You fucking killed Snarf? Who thinks to kill Snarf? Probably my parents when I had Thundercats on, and it's Snarf. You're like, oh God, I gotta listen to this shit. But like, boy, you're a freshman in high school now. Why are you watching this nonsense? Get your ass up. Pick up them comic books. Yeah, I'm talking like Hank Hill. That's my father. You worthless son of a gun. Fools. Badass picture here. Chitara bloody, being held up by Skeletor. I'm ruining this whole book. I mean, I'm spoiling it. There's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't own the license to this. I've got him. Oh, I've got him over a barrel. I'll spoil the fuck out of it. There we go. You'll pay for that, demon. I think not, young one. So now you've got Lion-O versus fucking Skeletor. Welp. You will pay for that. So Lion-O gives him a fucking good fight. He breaks his staff here. Like, we've got a battle on. I mean, you got to show that the Sword of Omens with the Eye of Thundera is powerful, you know. But look what we have come in. The lions come in from Voltron. Skeletor summons the lions. You are an arrogant cub and foolish to think I come unprepared. But what blew my mind, and I hope I didn't skip it, what blew my mind is, I'm like, wait, who's piloting? The first thing out of my was like, okay, who's piloting the lions? Because, you know, Pidge and Hunk and Lance and Keith are the pilots of the lion. The princess, you know, that little blonde hottie they had, 304. That piloted the pink lion or whatever. So the headquarters of the fucking Thundercats, the Voltron force, Lion force, just fucking rip them a new one. They call out the defenses of the Thundercats. I haven't been in the Thundercats in such a long time. I mean, I love it, but I can't remember the name of the Thundercats lair or whatever you call it. He's like, no, Skeletor, you coward, come face me. Now, this is his brother. This is Rob Norton's brother drawing this on. They have similar styles. You can tell a little difference. I think Rob's a little bit more polished. He's definitely more polished as an artist. His brother's good too. But it's much more like just simple. Not that I can draw anything close to that, you know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying. I like them both. I prefer Rob's art just a little better. But this is cool too. This is some badass panel. I'm not sure if his brother's better at doing action panels though. So you might give and take. I mean, because look at this. I love this. Beamed a Lion-O's, half a Lion-O's face. I'm not even showing it right. Beamed a half a Lion-O's face. And then you see scorched, singed Lion-O right here, like half and half, like Two-Face. And then you got the Black Lion coming in hot, fucking growling right in his face. God, the amount of work he put in on this. Here comes Tiger and Panthro to save the day. I'll take care of Skullface. And now you're about ready to see some shit. Tiger and Panthro are fighting Skeletor, but Skeletor's going to have none of it. By Jaga, he isn't going to get it. Ha, ha, ha. You are fools. Hang on, Panthro. Your strength is nothing. Your power is nothing. You will all fall before me. Skeletor. God, I love that. I love that picture of that beam. Love the picture of that beam. But your strong friend is not. You are fast, Agile One. He misses Tigra. He just kind of clips him a little bit. But Panthro gets the full blast. Panthro's all bloody there. And then Skeletor's like, I'm going to end your insolence. Panthro. I mean, this is just balls to the wall action and violence. And look at that shit. Right through fucking Panthro with the blood splatter. I like how the blood splatter goes beyond the panel down here. That's cool. And then he holds, you've got the flaming background there of the Thundercat's lair all up in flames. You got this badass pose of Skeletor with his hand all the way through Panthro. Panthro's fucked up. And Tiger's like, oh shit. And they're all bloody. And then here comes Wily Kit and Wily Cat. What the fuck are they going to do? What about Lion-O and the others? And they're trying to they're like, get out of here. We're out of here. It's too dangerous for you. So Tiger you will not escape. The only black Thundercat. Exactly. What a racist, man. That's what I was thinking. You got to go there. He had to go there. I love Panthro. Jaga, give me strength. I love that. No. Or no, that's Ho. And he redeflects the beam with the eye of Thundera out of the laser tail of one of the lions. Boom. So one of the lions looks like disabled. But I love this Lion-O with the half singed. I love these eye beams coming out of. God damn it. I really need to get first Snarf and now Panthro. This is it's brutal as fuck, dude. You ain't seen nothing yet. And then he's got You Shall Burn. And he does this eye. Yeah, his brother's really good at panel framing. The art isn't as good, in my opinion. This is all my opinion, of course. I don't think the art is as good, but the panels are maybe even better than Rob's as far as the way it's laid out. Or maybe Rob did that. I don't know, but I hope he doesn't hear that. Probably like, you son of a... Just my opinion. I mean, like that picture of him walking through the flames there. It's over, Thundercat. You have lost. But the day is mine, as is the eye. I understand that the eye of Thundera cannot be used for evil, a pity. But I found a way of channeling the power of the eye and greatly increasing my own. So he can't actually use it because it can't be used for evil. Or Mum-Ra would try to get it. Did I say Mum-Ra? No. On to Eternia. So now he's got himself the eye of fucking Thundera. You see this badass picture of all the... Don't know Chitara's dead. Panthro's fucking definitely dead. He's laying a pile of blood. Snarf is all fucked up with his tail laying next to him. Lion-O's fucked up. You see the nunchuck, Panthro's nunchuck sitting here. There's a fire going. Tiger is like, or Chitara is like in a fetal position there. Like she's all messed up. Don't know if she's dead. Uh-oh. Who dat? Mum-Ra. Now chapter 3. And now we're back to Rob's a little more detail. His art has a more detail to it. But man, that was a badass fight. He draws a nice sorceress. I know that. I'd like to see that in color. The Ever Living. Yeah, he does a little hint of Mum-Ra. You got to remember, this is 3 books that I got. He's got 5 done. I only bought 3 from him because they're 80 pages. I'm going to wait until he's done with 6. He said to give him about a year and then he'll be done with 6. And then I'm going to buy the other 3. You know, he'll probably have it late next year done or something, you know, and then I'll buy the second. Be like Star Wars with the trilogies. Then Sorceress gets zapped. And we got some flashback. Oh, this is the panel. I didn't miss it. This is the panel. You see all the dead corpses of the fucking Voltron force inside the... So Skeletor is like commanding the lions through some sort of power... And he just left the fucking Voltron force dead, their corpses in their machines. That was fucking badass. Oh, shit. This is a flashback. Doing a little flashback here. You have... Now, this is actually currently going on where he's battling Voltron. Then the sorceress is in the mix. Your strength is gone. She's like, so much power. Your soul. And he reaches inside the sorceress and like grabs her power, like her essence. Right there. That's a cool panel. He's absorbing her power. I mean, he's just made Skeletor a fucking badass. Skeletor's basically Thanos in this, you know what I mean? Or Korvac. This kind of reminds me of the Korvac saga where everybody dies. The Avengers in the late 70s with Jim Shooter and George Perez. Oh, my God. This is almost too much. I told you, Sorceress. So he grabs 2 rocks. Be silent. And like she's like melting away here. Power. No, please don't. Like she's like a husk of herself here without her power. And then slams 2 rocks right in her head. That's going a little, okay. I was like, okay. And then, like, just bye-bye, Sorceress. No head. I like that lettering on that ha, ha, ha. I'm going to steal some of that for my comic book. Fall, you damn monster. He's still battling Voltron. He-Man's still battling Voltron. Throws a big-ass mountainside on him. And he's splitting open Voltron. Voltron's only got 1 eye with the laser blast. And Voltron's like, where in the hell are you going? And he's like running off in the distance here. I'm going to get your own sword. And he picks up Voltron's sword. That's cool, man. That's not easy to draw. Like that perspective, to get that right, to make that look right, that's not easy. And he slings it at Voltron. And it goes through Voltron. And then he turns around, so you see Voltron like impaled by his own sword in the back. Skeletor, this guy's got issues. Whoever wrote this definitely needs some therapy. This guy's got issues big time. He wants to see all this shit dead. Now, this is one of the coolest panels in the whole book. This Sal Buscema punch perspective, where he just lays Skeletor out. Is there somewhere online you can get this comic? No. This is purely his own. Like, you can't. I mean, this isn't his license. No, he's not allowed to do any of that. This is pure. I got this pure black market from him. He has it. He uses a printing service, and he just makes this up for his friends. He draws it all. He can't promote it. He can't let anybody know. I really shouldn't even be showing this. I just thought of that. Whoops. Nobody watches my YouTube anyway. I'll probably have to delete the video. But he's not selling this commercially. This is all something he made. Like, he just sent it to me. You know what I mean? So this is something he made. So he's not selling this. He can't promote it. He can't put his, but yeah, you can't get this online. No, he wouldn't do that. But there's just nothing stopping anybody from making their own. Like, you can write. John Byrne's got his own X-Men stories that he posts online. He doesn't sell them. I mean, he could probably, if he had his own website, he could digitally put the pages on a website. I doubt if he'd want to do that. He doesn't seem like the kind of person. He just wants he's more of a physical copy guy, you know what I mean? But this is badass. Like, He-Man is like pissed off. He's actually trying to kill Skeletor. Burn in hellfire, He-Man. Gah! But He-Man just keeps coming. He's like, nope. To protect their IP. Well, no, actually, I mean, they wouldn't have a case. They wouldn't have a case. People do this stuff all the time. People make fan fiction videos of Star Wars online and all that stuff all the time. People draw their own stuff. You know what I mean? It would be no different than drawing and posting pictures on Twitter of Spider-Man. You don't own Spider-Man. You're not duplicating it. It's your own. It's fair use on that level. You can't sell it. You can't make, you might be able to make your own t-shirt and wear it. You can't sell it. You're not going to be able to sell it to an outlet or a big box store and have them, it's the same. People do it on Etsy. They make, yeah, he wouldn't have to get any kind of licensing. But yeah, I mean, it's still not his, it's not his work, or it's not his IP, obviously. So I wish it were. Oh, I love this. He-Man's like disfigured like Spawn now. After going through all that Skeletor blast, impossible. Never again, Skeletor. He-Man's like, screw it. I don't care. I'm just sacrificing myself. Yeah, He-Man's all fucked up. He's basically a corpse. Yeah, he just rips the heart out of Skeletor here. Oh, hey, what's up? Speak of the devil. This is the guy we were just talking about. He's like, you need to delete this video. And I'm like, yeah, but he's not licensing this stuff. He can't. But I was going through your book. I hope you don't mind. To my buddy here, Phil, who works for Mattel. No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't work for Mattel. Yeah, I just was going through the whole book, showing him how badass this fucking book is. And I haven't read all of 2. I've looked through part of 2, and because I had to work. And then happy to see you showing it all. Oh, dude, this is fucking bad. It feels like, how can I get a hold of this online? Yeah, this is a damn good book. Yeah, this is fucking badass. I told my buddy Phil, I said, this guy needs therapy. He's killing every motherfucker up in this thing, man. This is badass. Yeah, I read this last night after I got home from work. I got the package in the mail like right when I was leaving for work. So when I got home, I opened it up and I got them. I already have them bagged. This is volume 2, by the way. I told you it's got a more realistic look of the swords. And you can't see the back because I already have them bagged and boarded. But plus, I went to the comic book shop today. I got a pile of new comic books, but this is fucking better than this is better than the shit coming out from Marvel that I got. So you see the fucking aftermath. You see Tila. Good. I'm glad Tila's dead. Phil brought up a good point. You killed Snarf and Panthro, made me shed a single tear. How the fuck do you kill Snarf? You sick mother. Oh my God. You ripped Snarf's tail off. He's like, this is what the Netflix He-Man should have been. Fuck Kevin Smith and this stupid ass horse shit that they Tila-centric. I know I'm terrible. No, I love it, dude. This is what comic books need. I was saying this earlier in the video. I don't know how long you've been. I've gone through this whole thing the last 45 minutes. I hope you don't mind, but now I already knew Voltron was in it because I watched your video thing. But I was saying earlier, your art is more detailed than your brother. But I'm probably going to piss you off here. I like the way your brother does the action panels. Your brother's action panels are really good. His art's not as good as yours, but yeah, this is the He-Man Thundercats we need. I'm going back to watch. Oh yeah, it's just me. I mean, I had a grin from ear to ear reading this, dude. You don't understand. But this was the capper. Fucking Spawn He-Man. I call it Spawn He-Man. It's He-Man mummified. He mummifies himself because he's all disfigured from walking through that fucking blast that I'm telling Count that I would love to be able to read copies of this. To be fair, this book art is several years old at least. Oh, I know. I already knew that. No, who am I to critique it? This is yeesh. I'm not being, trust me. I mean, I'm going to give you my honest opinion. I like the way your brother does the panels. I think it's badass. I think this is your brother. I love this. I love these energy blasts coming out. I just like it. It's a lot more simple. It's much more like a simplified art, basically. But I just love it. I mean, yeah, this is badass. But this was the capper. I was like, oh shit, dude. He's made fucking Mattel owes you money. Could you imagine what this would sell? This is like Spawn He-Man. This is the He-Man I want to see. I mean, he's still badass muscle, but he's fucking all scarred up and bandaged, and the fucking cloak. Fuck out of here. The fucking Tila. Kevin Smith. Kevin Smith, suck my dick, you fucking hack. God damn it. Why do they fucking give that hack? Look, I like Kevin Smith. He even said he's not a He-Man. He don't give a two fucks about He-Man. He said that on Comic Book Men, and they busted his balls about it too. And I'm getting all worked up. Like, wait till you see the damage He-Man does to the Horde in book 2. Oh, dude. I've only looked at a few pages of volume 2 because I was tired after work last night and I had some shit to do. I got home, right around midnight, and I was laying in bed and I read through one and I was like, oh shit, this is fucked up. Fucking Mum-Ra. Now I know it's got the second Voltron in it. There it is. Chapter 4, Defenders of the Universe. Now that's badass picture of. See, they had two different Voltrons. They had the space vehicle Voltron, which wasn't as popular. I still liked a few of the episodes. It depended on the animation though, because they weren't consistently animated. There were two different animation studios doing it from time to time. And the other one is really good. They did the same thing with Spider-Man and Amazing Friends. They had a couple episodes where it was a different animation company, and you could tell, like the one where he fights the Shocker and the one where they fight the Juggernaut were different animation companies, and it was much better. The animation wasn't as clean, but it just flowed a little better. Look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about from like the normal Spider-Man and Amazing Friends animated, which was still really good for the time. But now you've got both Voltrons. See, you got Voltron Rising. He's still got his eye beat. See, I'm not showing it very well on my camera setup. I'm not set up good for my overhead camera. It's just supposed to be down on my fucking art, my crapola art. After seeing this, I've got mixed feelings because this like fuels me to do my own thing. And it also depresses me because my shit is going to be lame. My shit is going to be lame. I'm like, wait a second. I got to rethink all this. It's like, I got to rethink what I'm doing here. Yeah. Because you say this is 10 years ago. Good God. And I take 3 days to do a fucking panel. I think my cat's outside the window. Went in. But dude, this is fucking badass. When you're done with the 6th one, I'm going to get the 3. You need to do a crowdfunding. I'm not talking. I know what you're planning. I'm not going to spoil it. I know what you're planning, but you need to be doing a crowdfunded book. 10 years. Book 2 is much more recent. Yeah, I can tell you've evolved. Oh, I love this panel. I'm going to be stealing this distressed panel. I'm going to be stealing that. Which I know you didn't invent that or anything. That, Neil Adams done it, whatever. But yeah, I'll be using this distressed panel like that as well on certain like shocking panels. But this has given me like fucking ideas. I love fucking Spawn He-Man. I call him Spawn He-Man. Oh, they've got Cheetara in a restorative chamber. Oh, that is cool. I like the contrast. You got these two hoes, and then you've got fucking Lion-O, and he's still half-maned Lion-O. God damn it. And I have a lion-themed character. Fuck. In my comic book. Now I'm going to be, if I do that kind of thing, which I already was going to try to do him like Deathlock, like have part of his eye like cybernetic, but he's got like a lion face. I've already got pictures of him, so I can prove I wasn't copying off of you. But I never thought about doing like a disfigured. What do I say? Disfigured. Oh, this is cool. He's mourning fucking Panthro and Snarf. You killed fucking Snarf, you bastard. Oh, Snarf. Dude, I love this panel lay. Oh yeah, you've definitely. Oh yeah, I like how the panel. Oh yeah, you've definitely evolved. Not that it was one was. I'm not saying bad or anything. It was awesome. Oh, I love that Mum Ra. The ever, dude, Phil. You got to put this shit online, man. Fuck Mattel or whoever owns all of this stuff. Fuck them. Dude, that is badass. That's Lion-O with a new helmet. That's like new armored. The Lion-O part is my brother. Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. I mean, I love the lettering there. Did you do that? With some ink assist. Okay. The classic Mum Ra. The classic Mum Ra pose. I like it. That's Mum Ra rising up when the animated Mum Ra, where that's his final form. Dude, that's cool. And he takes his helmet off. Now he's fucking Mandalorian Lion-O. He takes his helmet off. He's half scarred here. Oh, you've brought in Ram Man and fucking aquatic merman. No, that's the dude that flies. Stratos. Yeah, Stratos and Ram Man. You're bringing in all the. What about Stinkor? Duh, who's this? Stratos. I think his name is Stratos. Ram Man. I'm hoping I'm getting some of this in here. Oh, Mechaneck. You got Mechaneck in here too. Manny faces. Here we go. And then Orko comes flying in. That's badass. Oh, shit. He knocks fucking Lion-O through the damn brick wall. Yeah, I'm going to have to read this. I'm just going to go through it. But a great cat. Oh, here comes Battle Cat. I was like, where's Battle Cat? Or Cringer. I was like, where's Cringer? Don't tell me you kill Cringer, too. It's like I was telling Phyllis, reminds me of the Korvac saga from the Avengers, where everyone dies in the late 70s. Jim Shooter and become the Battle Cat. Join me on my quest. And so he's got to talk Cringer. He's having a little heart to heart with Cringer here. Like, yeah, it's time to stone up. Dude, that is badass. Wow. Oh, She-Ra. You're bringing in She-Ra to it. Please kill her. No, I'm just kidding. Aren't they cousins? Don't tell me. Dude. Oh, shit. I don't want to frighten you, sister. Nonsense. Come out here. Oh, they're sister. Yeah, sister and brother. I'm not the biggest Masters of the Universe fan. I was telling him earlier that I saw the movie and I pissed off. I wasted a nice summer day riding my mountain bike up to the movie theater. I was like, get out of the heat. Go see a badass flick with Dolph Lundgren as He-Man. I wanted to walk out after the first fucking 20 minutes. It's not okay, Adora. Because of my inaction, Skeletor took everything from me. He almost won. You don't understand. Dude, He-Man is fucked up. Get out. Shit. Adam, try to stay calm. I'd stay He-Man. It's like Darkman. It's a Snake Mountain. Don't tell me she's going to try to take on. No. Hordak. Oh, well, you have to have Hordak come in if you got She-Ra. Hordak must die. Yeah, he's gonna. Oh, okay. Is there any way to get physical copies of this if you live outside the U.S.? I get a cut. I'm bringing you. Dude. It's a shame you can't sell this, dude. It's a fucking shame. It's almost a goddamn tragedy at this point. Chapter 7. Yeah, this is fucking sick, dude. Yeah, you should be doing a crowdfunded comic book. You really should. Why you're not, I have no freaking idea. I'm just saying. Oh, here we go. End of the chapter. I can ship physical copies if you want to pay the shipping. Phil lives in Barbados. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Oh my God. The fucking work involved drawing this page. Dude, you're bringing in. Just walk away. Just walk away. Damn. Now see, I haven't seen any of this yet. Oh, shit. This page took for. Oh, shit. I'd take. Whew. Oh, man. Trap Jaw. That is sick. Quintessa, the Spires of Quintessa. Man, you're bringing in everything. Yeah, I'm going to read this tonight. I'm going to go through and read because I haven't read it. I didn't have time. I was just thumbing through. I'm catching myself like, oh, wait a second. You went okay. You did like a different. You changed up the layout. You went to a black page with the white Oh, I like that. Yeah, I was like noticed something because I like those distress boxes, and then I was like, wait a second. You changed up the layout. That's nice. Oh, I like that. That's some motherfucking Transformers. Uh-oh. Trap Jaw, you're oh, look at that arm. Trap Jaw's arm. I'm having more fun looking at this than I was the Paul. See, if I switch scenes here, I was looking at Paul Smith. I was looking at Paul Smith X-Men. Count is here spoiling everything for me. I'm sorry. I was like, well, maybe he doesn't want me spoiling. Oops. Wrong scene. I was like, maybe Rob Norton doesn't want me spoiling this, but I can't help myself. Sue me. Dude, that is bad. I love that arm. It's like some Deathlock shit. I love that. Oh, I love Paul Smith, dude. The artist. See, I'm storyboarding my comic book. I'm working on the panels to storyboard my comic book, and then I'm going to hand it off and hire an artist to do it. And the guy I have in mind has a little twinge the guy that I'm going to try to get, I'm not going to say any names. I'm not going to say any names, but the guy because he may not do it. He's done some independent books, some lower level independent books, but he's got a little bit of Paul Smith art in him. Where's my overhead? Oh, I'm on my overhead. What am I doing? My Stream Deck's all fucked up. I don't have anything labeled right, so I got to guess. I probably never. Oh, you wouldn't have unless you see Robert. Subscribe to his YouTube, Phil. It's just Robert Norton on his YouTube, I believe. He showed this off like months and months ago, but I was in the middle of doing something and I was just kind of like glancing at it. So I didn't really see a whole lot. I only saw like a minute or two of him talking about it. But I went back and watched a little bit of it. Already subscribed. Oh, cool. All right. There you go. Badass picture. I get the feeling you really like Trapjaw. Trapjaw is a fucking nice character. I like that. He's got a cool design. I need to return to Etheria now. I forgot that's the name of her. I was like, wait a second, you spelled Eternia wrong. It's Etheria in the She-Ra. To End the Horde. Chapter 8. I love the lettering. Dude, look at this shit. Dude, that's fucking sick. I thought that looks like old style Scarlet Witch there for a second. Just when I glanced at it. Now I'm not familiar. Now I watched a little bit of She-Ra just because of the Hordak and the Horde and everything. I was more interested in the villains than I was. I know some of them from the toy line, but I can't remember all the names. But I always liked some of the Horde villains more than the fucking Skeletor's crew. We shall offer you a slow death. I remember that toy. They brought out that leech dude. I remember that. I'm not familiar with this character. I may have to go and watch some of my She-Ra. Get myself Grizzlor. Yeah, there's Grizzlor. I remember that. Never heard of you. He killed Grizzlor. Impossible. Apparently not possible. Oh, she can manifest feline monsters. Or she turns into it. I thought she was like doing a psionic. But she's actually changing into that. What's the name of that character? Kitty. I'm not familiar with that character at all. Yeah, Leech. I remember Leech. Yeah. I love fucking the one that's made the most impression on me is the fucked up He-Man. The fucking disfigured, mummified. My distortion rate will stop him. I'm not even showing. Oh my God. He smoked that fool. Burn, He-Man. Just send you straight to hell. Yeah, this isn't for kids. Which I've already been burned by hellfire far worse than anything you can conjure. You should try harder. No, the Sword of Power. I don't know who that character is either. God damn. He-Man is nothing but fucking Al Simmons now. Jesus. That'd be cool. He-Man becomes the next Spawn. That'd be fucking badass. Then you could make that character and then you could sue Todd McFarlane like everybody else, you know. Neil Gaiman, fucking, the list goes on and on. Guys that have gotten money out of him. Todd McFarlane made some boneheaded business. Such boneheaded business deals. Hordak. Oh, I forgot he changes his arm into. Dude, he fucks him up. Dude, I never even drank any of my coffee yet. Shit. I think Janzer would like this. Janzer's not a huge comic book guy, but he would like this, I think. The fright zone is burning, everyone is dead. Oh, you're getting way deeper. You're getting way deeper story in this issue. Way deeper. You love drawing that Hordak death scene. I wasn't a huge fan of Hordak. I thought he was kind of cool. I like the name, but as far as the character, but that's badass. Dude. Are you Yeah, oh, the lettering is so cool. Fucked Hordak up, man. I see, and you're using way more like cross hatching. I'm not even showing it like that. I can see your influences in this book, definitely. If you said it was way more recent, I like that too. Very imaginative. No, he didn't. No, oh my God, no. It looks like a little like a Paul Smith face, a little bit. Make these characters interesting. Oh, it's definitely. Oh no, why didn't you make it like just Tila, and Tila can have a little subliminal lesbian thing with Evelyn, and you go, that's much more interesting. And you didn't have enough representation. Don't get me fucking started. Goddamn hacks. See, I can't help myself. I was like, I'm gonna save it until I'm starting to read it. I'm going volume 3. I'm sorry. I mean, I still have to read. I read through 1 on my own. Time is it? Yeah, I'm good. I don't have to work tomorrow. Fuck it. Boy, I didn't get a lot of inking done. Damn comic book. Why do you have to make a good comic book? Wait. What am I waiting? Wait. Oh, did I go over it? My bad. You know your shit. You're like, no, you idiot. Fucking, you didn't do it right. Oh, yeah, you talking about that? Yeah, that's good. Let me look at the. Hold on. Oh, I didn't look at the last. Okay, I did skip. I'm going to read this by myself, too. I'm going to read the entire thing. Dude, that is sick. He's got Hordak's head. He drops. See, I don't want to read it right now because that would just take too long. But what have I done? What have I become? I keep telling myself this is all justified. Well, it is. Skeletor come out banging. Maybe I don't deserve forgiveness. Why is Hordak still watching me? Uh-oh. I think I'm losing my mind along with my soul. I question if I ever had one, considering the things I have done. And you still got Hordak's head right there. And then you've got, okay, to be continued. I love that. To be continued. That's old style comic book. That's old style comic book box, text box right there. Dude, that must have taken a long time to do those. You're like, those are my best 2 pages. You skipped them. Yeah, epilogue. I was thinking that was like the end. I like that. I like that effect with him. Uh-oh. I know who that is. I'm getting ahead of myself. Hey, what's going on here? These are normal. He-Man, they're back to normal. He even says it right there. He-Man fan fiction. Fuck you, Mattel. Or whatever. Whatever company. I wish I were set up for this. I need to get my little platform thing back. I need to just, since I don't play many video games anymore, I need to streamline this son of a bitch. The Eye of Thundera remains in the dark. You've changed up the lettering. In his attack, so this is, you're basically just going over book 3 by Rob and John Norton. Oh, you even put your Instagram stuff. Dude, that is a badass picture. Holy shit. You have fucking stepped your game up. Is mostly my brother or whoever. Yeah, I can tell the difference. This is what I was talking about. I can see your difference of art style. You're much more detailed. You're much artistically wise. You're more proficient. But art's subjective. But I like the way your brother puts his panels together, though. Like in the fight scenes. I like the mixture of it too. Skeletor. Now, is this going back? Oh, okay. That's just going back. It hurts. The pain. He may make it stop. I'm going to have to read it because I'm confused there. Skeletor. Now he's obsessed. Clash of Fates by John Norton. Okay. By John Norton. Oh, his eye is all. He's lost his eye, basically. His eye is like he's he's blind in that eye. Oh, okay. Seeing He-Man's not. I got you. Like I said, it'll make sense when I read it. I'm just kind of looking through to. I'm just admiring the art and the panels. I'm sitting there going, I'm soaking it in. I'm Lion-O. I love that Lion-O fucking helmet. That's sick. For Thundera, that is cool. Battle Cat, much has happened since we last saw one another. I know you trust me now, but I hope you will listen to what I have to say. Well, he's on the outs with Battle Cat. Think about it, Cringer. Some cool little fight scenes there. Damn, we're having a throwdown. Throwdown between Lion-O and He-Man. That's just fucked up that's He-Man. That's just fucked. I still am like tripping over that shit, man. Breaks the shield. Rob after Mark. Rob after Mark. Let me look at the. Was there a credit for a Mark? I don't know who Mark is. I'm just admiring the panels. You almost don't need a story. Oh, that's cool. He makes a shockwave. That's a Hulk. Makes the Hulk shockwave right there, baby. I did. Oh, Mark Silvestri. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see. I'm a little slow on the uptake. I should have. Oh, okay. I got you. Mark Silvestri is like one of your influences. I can tell. I like Mark Silvestri. He's not my favorite. he's one of my. I think he's definitely the best artist out of the Image guys. I bought a bunch of Cyberforce today, by the way. Not that anybody cares, but I got a stack of comic books down there that I got from. I've been trying to like get some of those. They sell all those Image comics. Most of them they sell for $1 a piece at the comic shop I go to. It's like 20 miles away from me. So I can pick up. I got Spawn number 2 today. I didn't have Spawn number 2. It's one of the few of the first 20 that I don't have. I don't have number 9 either. The one that fucking Alan Moore, the first appearance of Angela and what he got sued over. But he wishes he would have never went through that. Not Alan Moore, Neil Gaiman. I said Alan Moore. I have the Alan Moore issue of Spawn. And the dude that does Cerberus, Dave Sims or whatever, I got his issue as well. But Thundercats. Oh, I like that. That's cool. Thunder. Oh, the sword. The sword is Oh my God. He broke the fucking Sword of Omens. No. And then you've got some, like I said, I'm not really set up. The arm I have my overhead camera on isn't long enough. That's what she said. I need to extend that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to set that up. But I don't get on YouTube very much anyway. It doesn't really matter. I like how it self-regenerates. Thundercats. Oh, that's badass. Now, shall we continue? No, let's finish it. Oh, he's wounded. Battlecat? Battlecat comes out of nowhere. He teleports in like, what's his face from the Inhumans? What is the name of the Inhumans big dog that fucking, never mind. God damn, my memory is going. Getting too old. I see you as you true. Oh, through the eye. That's the classic look of peering through the eye of Thundera through the Sword of Omens. They did in the Thundercats animated. They never played up the power of the Sword of Omens to me as much as they should have. They didn't make that sword like they didn't depict that sword as like cool enough. They needed to really play up more of that sword and that eye. I know those little handle things go. It's like it was a little underwhelming. And I love Thundercats. But, I'm a freshman in high school when that came out. Might be a sophomore at that point. So he's seeing him as his true self down there. I like the shadowing on that. Wow. Still trying to think of the fucking Inhumans dog. Fucking teleports. Oh, God. Crystal that has a rapport with Crystal of the Inhumans. Let's see. Oh, Chapter 10, Reconciled Differences by John and Rob. That's a cool. I like that. God damn, I wish I could draw like that. Shit. I wouldn't have to hire a fucking artist. Pisses me off. Dude, you've gone full. That's like full Spawn looking. Cool. Al Simmons. Dude, the story in 2 and 3 are way deeper than I thought it was going to be. Because 1 was cool, but it was just like, let's get down to it. Throw down, brouhaha, good versus evil shit, which I love. I mean, I love that kind of stuff. That's my preference in comic books. But Yeah, you've gone definitely another layer. The story, I like it. Look at Cringer. The expression on Cringer's face. Go, you will be safe with him. Oh, no. What? Cringer is going with fucking Lion-O? Fuck yeah. Oh, I saw this page and I was like, I didn't put two and two together. Fucking Cringer and yeah, Battle Cat and Lion-O. Makes sense. Thunder. Why didn't I think of that? Goodbye, old friend. Dude, come on. That is awesome. That's fucking sick, dude. I don't mean to spoil the whole thing, but dude, that's some. You're getting to some Roger Stern dialogue there. Jeez. This is chapter 2, looking inward. My son, it's time we talked. I love that. Oh, man. I can show what I'm talking about there. I like how you draw the sorceress like all light. Just simple lines and to she's regenerated herself. Your destiny is not written in stone, Adam. No one decides who you are but you. Sorceress, you have come back. The spirit world. Yes, Adam, I am here. I like this. I like when she speaks, you do these concentric circle. I never even thought of that. Cause she's like speaking from some other realm of existence or something. Whoa. Who the fuck? Sorceress is out of here. She's like, I can't. And then she's fading away. I'm not showing it right. I'm holding it up like my. She's like away. And then you've got. Who is this? Well, young prince, are you happy to see me? Who's that? I'd be happy to see her. God damn. Tila. Okay. Duh. She's like, what? A waterfall of wondrous magic. The pool is a place of healing, but it only works if you really and truly feel you are ready. And there's like a grizzly bear head, or is that some sort of cat or a lion's head? This is and he's restored. Prince of Eternian, defender of Castle Grayskull. Oh, and you can see God, that's hard to do. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're going to have little He-Mans running all around and get the fuck out of here. Woo! Now you're going Mark Silvestri hardcore. I like it. I want you, Adam, by my side. Now you're going deep. Yeah, this ain't the Kevin Smith. Wait, I thought Kevin Smith, oh, I can't have her. She's got to be a lesbian or some shit. Don't get me started. He-Man is getting it on with Teela by the power of Grayskull. There we go. And he's back. How do you feel now? Good. Yeah, he just got laid by Teela. Never looked that good. I mean, she looked good in the animated, I guess. I mean, if you were, 14-year-old kid when I first saw it, I was like, okay. Leave it to Kevin Smith to fuck it up. Turn her into some butch. Never mind. Dude, this is fucking sorceress. So Teela is now the sorceress of Grayskull? Oh, that is cool. Oh, I like that. Is that like the Watcher? I mean, I am the spirit of Grayskull watched inside. Yeah. That just hit me like that. Or Eternia or Eternity is what I meant to say. Looks a little like Professor Xavier, but that's cool. Loving these full oh, I'm blown away, dude. I'm actually depressed. I'm actually fucking... I wish I've never seen this. I'll be honest with you. Be honest with you, I wish I would never seen this. This is... Because I'm a fucking hack. Well, it means a lot. Oh, yeah, this is... Dude, this is depressing. Let's turn that off. There we go. All right. No more drawing streams. No more showing my comic book shit on my Discord anymore. Yeah. Done. I'm done. You might have just saved me thousands and thousands and thousands. Well, you can hold on to this so you aren't so depressed. No, what I'm saying is, yeah. Now I don't even want to share my comic book. Dude, this is fucking wicked, dude. You need to be doing a crowd. I don't like the way that looks on my... You need to be doing a crowd. Amazing how people outside the studios tend to do better works. Yeah, Volts is an artist. Yeah, isn't that crazy? These fucking people they have now are goddamn hacks. They're more worried about stupid shit than actually entertaining their audience. If Marvel or DC would come out with something like this, I'd be all over it. But they don't. Look at this shit. Yeah, Marvel, and then we have a epilogue. This is a big epilogue. So everything, he's setting everything for the next. Damn, he's blowing everything up. But everything's pretty much back to order. Yeah, amazing how people outside the... yeah, isn't that crazy? There's nobody in fucking... There's no one of these hack writers that works for fucking Marvel or DC right now that isn't old school. They got some guy, but that can do something like this. Show me it if they're doing it. Have you seen some of the new shit? Fucking ridiculous. I used to make videos making fun of it. Fucking ridiculous. They have no clue what they're doing Absolutely none. Zero. Oh. Well, that's Merman. And you got Fisto. We are hired muscle protectors. So Trapjaw. Is Fisto a good guy or a bad guy? He's a good guy. What's he doing with Trapjaw? I'll have to read it. Oh my God. Look at that. Bzz. That's Ultron versus the Avengers, but even he didn't go. I mean, they can't kill their, was Merman. Yeah. Merman is not a very cool character anyway. Kill that motherfucker. I don't have any problem with Merman dying. I like the way you draw him though. It's kind of neat. Trapjaw is like a staple. Finally, you can come out. Who's this ninja guy? Like Chomper? Punchy. That's original. Like Chomper. Come on, it totally fits you. Wait a second. Jaws of Fate by Rob Norton. Epilogue. Another epilogue. Team leader to all you. God, you're building a fucking. You're actually building a fucking new universe. Look at that shit. Dude. Yeah, I'm going to read. I'll get around to reading 2 and 3 either tonight or tomorrow. Wait a second. There's a blemish on the cover. That takes it from a 9.8 to a 9.4 when I send it into G. I wonder if have you ever tried to send it into to get them slabbed? I wonder if what's their policy on that? Like sending your own stuff in that's not licensed, but you're not selling it. The CDC or whatever it's called. That's not this. I can't think right now, man. It's been a long week. Yeah, I got a smeckle here. Maybe that's for me. The 9. I'm sure they were rejected immediately. You think? If you're paying, why would they reject it? You're not selling it, and it's making them money. All they're going to do is professionally grade it and slab it. You want me to try? I'm going to try. Fuck them. What are they going to do? Just send it back to me, bitches. I'll fucking pay the shipping. It'd be worth the fucking try. No, slab that shit. But that's a 9 point. See that? That makes it a 9.4, motherfucker. This was going to be a 9.8. Just kidding. I buy shit to. You sent him a blemish. Yeah, what's up with that, man? Yeah, stick it to him. Oh, shit. I got him bagged and boarded. I'll try it. I'll fucking, I'll try anything. Fuck them. I mean, what are they going to do? Throw me in jail? They might come after you. Maybe I better not. Who's this Rob Norton guy? Let's get his get me Mattel on the phone. Lawyer up. Nah, I better not. That's your business, not mine. Anyway, here's some comic books I got today. Now, that's well done, man. That's fucking well done. That's way better than I thought it was going to be. I mean, I thought it was going to be cool. You know what I mean? Because I didn't really see much of it on your video. I saw a little bit. So that's neat. And I only saw your first one. I was like, yeah, that's neat. I wouldn't mind having that. You know, dude, dude, you should be doing a crowdfunded book. The fact you aren't is, I mean, that's crazy that you're not doing a crowdfunded book. That's better than most of the shit I've. Dude, that's badass. Anybody, I mean, I'm 54 years old, man. I grew up with the stuff. I mean, that was a little after. I mean, I was still into it in high school. I loved Thundercats, GI Joe, Transformers, even when I was like sophomore, junior, all the way through high school. I love that shit. You know, I mean, I went to see that movie when I graduated high school. I was about ready to start college. Yeah, that went over like a lead balloon. But I went to see that movie that day. I was hyped for it. So I saw Transformers movie and the original animated movie with Orson Welles doing Unicron. I saw that in the theater. G.I. Joe, all that stuff. I got Neil Adams' Nighthawk today. That's pretty badass. There's only 6 issues of this, I guess. I don't know how to get a hold of the other ones. I'm going to try though. But I skimmed through it. I didn't read it. I just skimmed through it. I didn't have time. But yeah, Neil Adams' Nighthawk was badass. But yeah, I ought to try to send in one of those to get it fucking graded. I might like get a hold of them and see what the policy is. I don't want to get you in trouble. You can't get in trouble though. You don't sell them. So, I mean, it would be like sending in your own original art. Like I bought some art of a guy. There's a guy in Maryland that redoes covers, like actual comic book covers, and inks them, old school. And then I bought some off of him. He shipped them to me. I've got them up on my wall. I can't show you because I'd have to get up and actually pull it off my wall to get the camera. But I do that. I know. I got Batter Blood #5. So I've got all of them now. I got stuff. Yeah, no, that's cool. I'll be back. I'll be, I'll be following you, watching on YouTube and a little bit and on Instagram. I might see what I can do about. That'd be cool to get one of those fucking slabs just to have it. You know what I mean? That'd be kind of neat. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, man. Yeah, well done, man. Well done. I'll be getting your other 3. Fuck, that's crazy. Yeah, I got Rob Liefeld, Batter Blood, Deadpool Batter Blood #5. It finishes. It's the limited. And I still want my copies. I'll see if I can, let's see what we can do on that, Phil. I know how to contact him. I still want my copy. Yeah, it's worth it. I mean, I've spoiled it for you, but yeah, it's badass, dude. There's no doubt. Yeah, Masters in. Yeah, that's sick, dude. I hope he ends up doing his own thing. If it's anything, yeah, I mean, I'll back it. If he does a crowdfunded thing, I'll back it, no doubt. Yeah, it's almost criminal that he's not. Like, do it, dude, do it. But I know he wants to finish his fan fiction. Maybe he just doesn't care about his own stuff. That's a possibility. Yeah, I got Deadpool Batter Blood. Picked up Fantastic Four #250. I still have the price tag. I got it for $5. It's not in like super great condition. It's in pretty good. I'm trying to reclaim all my John Byrne Fantastic Fours. I'm getting there. I've got maybe half of them again. But this one's badass. This is the one where they fight Guardian and yeah, it's got the X-Men and everything. John Byrne, Terry Austin cover. Don't remember if Terry Austin does the inking inside. It might be Joseph Rubinstein, which is good too. I got Spawn #2 for $10. I did not have Spawn #2, and I didn't have Spawn number 6. I didn't have it. I think that's Overkill on the cover there. Liefeld. I think that's his co-creation with Rob Liefeld, and I think they had some sort of legal thing go on with that. But yeah, I picked up Spawn 2 and number 6. I'm trying to get like the first 25 Spawns. I've almost got them. I've got about half of them, maybe a little more than half. I'm just trying to do that. And then I'll stop. After that, I'm just not that interested. But I like the first 20 to 25 issues of Spawn just to have them. Then I guess they're going to be Liefeld's going to be making a movie. He's going to be help me produce a movie of this Bloodstrike. I've never had a Bloodstrike comic book. So I found a couple that he had in the dollar bin. These red things are dollars. So red dot means dollars. So perfect condition. Bloodstrike number 2, Dan Fraga doing the cover. I'm going to read it for inspiration, to look at panels and stuff and, help with maybe it can inspire me more to do something on my comic book. Then I got Bloodstrike 0 issue, Bloodstrike Assassin or whatever. I like that cover. I thought it was pretty cool. Then I got, Youngblood number 3, first appearance of Supreme. I'm just getting some Image stuff. Bloodstrike 3, Stormwatch number 2. I've never read a Stormwatch comic book in my life. It's a Jim Lee cover, Scott Williamson inks. But that's obviously Liefeld. Youngblood number 3. I was gonna try to get maybe the first 10 Youngbloods. I've already got Youngblood 0 and 1 and a couple others. And I got Bloodstrike number 2. Liefeld. Blah blah blah. Then I got Omega Men number 32 and number 25. I've almost got all the Omega Men from the 80s. I don't have number 3. I have a facsimile of number 3. Number 3 is going to cost me quite a bit to get. I've never owned it. Or I had it when I was younger in the 80s, and then I lost it when I lost all my collection. But I had first appearance of Lobo. Back then, it wasn't. Back when I was in high school, 83, 84, it wasn't a significant thing until Lobo got popular. I didn't know to hold on to it. But yeah, issue 3 of Omega Men's first appearance of Lobo. Then they kind of evolved the character a little bit. But I got 2 issues that I didn't have. I love Omega Men. I'm not a big DC guy, but I like Swamp Thing and Omega Men. And Teen Titans, George Perez Teen Titans I like. And I like Legion of Superheroes, Keith Giffen. But I got 25 and 32 Omega Men. So I'm almost done with my Omega Men. I'm going to have to come up with probably a couple $100 to get Omega Men number 3 with Lobo. Maybe not that much. It might be $100. Yeah, I love George Perez. I was sad when I heard the news when I was like 11, 12 years old, when George Perez went from Marvel to DC. George Perez is like my second favorite comic book artist of all time. And I was pissed off. I was like, going to DC, because I hated DC when I was a kid. It's like, you wear a Batman shirt in my neighborhood, you get beat up, I had some real snobby comic book friends growing up. There's about 5 dudes in my neighborhood that like comic books, and DC was not one. Even, you went to see the Superman movie with Christopher Reeve and all that. Back when it wasn't cool, back when Batman and Superman weren't really cool. Like, if I wore a Superman shirt to school, no, seriously, if I wore a Superman or a Batman shirt to school, I'd get teased and picked on. Like when I was in elementary school Batman and Superman were not, like, Batman was not cool. It's not like today. People, I don't know how old you are, Jessica. It's not my business, but I'm 54. So I grew up in that stuff, and, it was different. Like, you hid the fact you read comic books. When I brought a comic book to school, the kids, and I wasn't a nerd or anything. I did sports and all that stuff, but they're like, oh God, what do you like? Now there's a couple of the kids that kind of liked it, but I got some Cyber Forces by Mark Silvestri I didn't have. I got number 2. I like that cover. I'm not real familiar. I already have Zero, or I got Zero today, I think. I like that cover. I thought that was cool. Scott Williams and Mark Silvestri again. But I thought I'd start getting some of these Image comics a little bit because I missed out on a lot of comics from the 90s. 33, but yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, back in the day, I say that, now Batman, you throw a rock and you hit something that's Batman, but Batman was not selling. Batman was not a seller comic book. Now, it was still one of DC's top things, but DC wasn't selling like Marvel was, in the late 70s. Marvel had gone over them and surpassed them. And people can't realize, it got a bump like in the late 60s from the Adam West stuff. It was kind of like a tongue-in-cheek cultural thing. But in the long run, the Adam West stuff did not do Batman any favors in the late 70s. It was considered a joke because that's what people knew of Batman. But, Frank Miller changed that, in the 80s, but late 80s. But now Batman is just Batman. It's DC's go-to thing that's keeping, The Dad Loves Spider-Man, Fantastic Four. He was surprised how popular Batman is today. Yeah. Like I said, I took my friend who hates DC. We went to see the Superman 2 in 1980 when Superman 2 came out. Cool. I just found some Oh, did you? Starjammers? Yeah, I don't have any Starjammer. I just picked this up because I like the cover, and of course, I'm familiar with Starjammers from Dave Cockrum X-Men from the 70s, and so I said, I'll buy it just to read it. It was $1 from the pages of the X-Men. I don't even know what year this is. I'm assuming it's like not super recent, might be 5 or 6 years ago, but yeah, I always like the Starjammers. And one of my comic book characters that I'm creating is kind of based on this Cho'ad guy or whatever his name is, the lizard guy. He's a little... I based him a little bit on that. Stealing. And I got Cyber Force Zero. Mark Silvestri. And more Youngblood. Yeah, they're dollars, They're $1 books, but I'm just getting them for fun reads, I think it was the 70s one. Yeah, the first appearance of Starjammers is X-Men 105? 104? I can switch. I think first appearance of I know it's Dave Cockrum. I think Chris Claremont had just taken over the all full writing of the book from Len Wein. I'm pretty sure Dave Cockrum. And Dave Cockrum, I know he created the Imperial Guard as well. I might be getting that first appearance of Imperial Guard and Starjammers mixed up. Maybe it was the Imperial Guard's first appearance was 105. I can't remember. I can find it. Not that anybody really gives a shit, but I'm just kind of curious. I used to know this stuff by heart, and it escapes me over the time. I used to have all the issues back in the day. I had all those Dave Cockrum X-Men from the 70s. I love Cosmic Marvel too. Now, when I was a kid, I liked them, but not as much as I do today. I don't appreciate it as much as I do today. I was still more based on the street level heroes. I love Spider-Man, but I always liked Avengers. My two favorite growing up were Spider-Man and the Avengers. And then, I mean, I also liked, when Moon Knight came out, and then I started liking Daredevil, the Frank Miller Daredevil. And I'm like, oh shit. You know what I mean? But I like the street level, but I love the cosmic. Now I prefer the cosmic stuff over the street level stuff. The street level stuff, the street level heroes just aren't that interesting to me anymore. As I get older, I like things a little more far out, and I like that Masters End thing, man. That's right up my alley. I mean, that's 100% in my wheelhouse. Violence, just saying, taking something that's kind of silly. Which one is the first appearance of the Starjammers? I know the first appearance of the Imperial Guard is right here. 105. Because it's got Fire Lord. No, 107, right there. That's the first. No, that's the Starjammers. God, I can't get my shit right. Here's the first appearance. It's 107, not 105. But yeah, here's the first appearance. Dave Cockrum, Dan Green. Yeah, Chris Claremont. This is the first appearance of the Starjammers. Oh, Dave Cockrum. Oh, boy. So good. Look at that. But this is the Imperial Guard. This isn't the Starjammers. This is based off of the Legion of Superheroes. Is it 275? No. It's this one right here. If you're talking about the same thing. Yeah, it's 107. It's X-Men 107 from 1978. 1977. This would be 1977. The end of 1977. But these guys, there's a story. Dave Cockrum, the artist here, used to do Legion of Superheroes in the early. Oh, Janser's in the voice chat.
Oh, that was quick.
Maybe I don't want to be in the voice chat.
Oh, you don't have to.
Oh, I'm just fucking with you, man. You know I'm fucking with you. What's going on?
Wow. I'm interrupting your fucking stream, man.
Oh, that's fine. Did you see Rob Norton's me showing off Oh, okay. You're going to have to watch it. You're going to have to watch it, dude. You all right?
Thinking Critical?
No, that's not Thinking Critical. That's a guy from Utah that's an artist that does the Masters of the Universe fan fiction. It's fucking sick, okay, dude. I got 3 issues from him.
Talking about where's what you're talking about? Rob Liefeld Twitter post?
No, talking about Rob Norton. Oh God, he would hate you. He hates Rob Liefeld. I'm just kidding. It's this.
I'm just looking at your comic book stuff feed.
It's this. No, it's not the dude.
Are fucking badass. Like to test out coloring or inking or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the X-Men Elsewin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you have in your comic book stuff feed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you talking about now?
This is called Masters End. It's 3 issues I got from a guy he's just kind of like a part-time artist, comic book guy.
You're working with?
No, he lives in Utah.
Oh, okay. All right.
He has a.
I'm sorry for all the stupid fucking.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm trying to get back on track here. It's been a while.
Oh, you're all right. But these are the 3 books, and it's He-Man fan fiction where he's got crossover.
Yes.
He's got fucking crossover with Voltron. Look at this shit on the back. Sword of Omens.
What the? He's got a crossover. Oh my.
Thundercats. Phil wants them. I skimmed through them. It's Skeletor fighting the Thundercats, Voltron, He-Man, and the shit goes down, dude.
That is dope.
Oh, it's dope as fuck. Yeah.
Did they bring in any?
He was in my chat for a while, the guy that made these. Yeah.
Nice.
But what'd you say?
Any Robeast? Any Robeast?
No Robeast. He's got both Voltrons. Okay. Yeah, he didn't bring any Robeast. He should have. He
Wait, but
kills
there's only one
Snarf,
Voltron.
dude.
What do you mean? What do you mean both Voltrons?
There's 2
What's the
Voltrons.
what's the other one? Not there's only one. It's the lion one.
Yeah, I
There's no
know
other
what you're
Voltron.
saying.
There's no.
Let me show
There's
you a
no
picture of the other
freaking Voltron.
Voltron, Mister.
Let's see.
There's the other Voltron. That's the space vehicle
I
Voltron.
gotta catch up.
Yeah, I know. You're behind me on the YouTube.
Yeah.
That's the space vehicle Voltron.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna talk about the car Voltron.
That is the car Voltron.
Is it?
Yeah. That's not the lion Voltron. Remember?
You said space vehicle.
Yeah, a car.
Cars.
Well, they travel in space.
I don't-
That's
I don't
the look.
recognize the car one.
Yeah, look, that's the lion Voltron. And he's
Right.
fucked up,
Yeah,
dude.
I know the lion one. Yeah.
He's impaled by his own sword. He-Man fucking
Yeah.
stabbed him through the chest. Anyway,
Why? Why is that
Because-
sword oh, okay.
because Skeletor took control of Ultron.
Oh, I thought he took. I thought he took control of He-Man.
No, he fucked He-Man up.
Damn. See what they could have taken this guy's story and put it in the Netflix thing instead of
Yes,
Kevin.
that's what
Kevin Smith.
That's interesting. We were both. saying
that's
that.
what Phil said earlier about an
You know
hour
why? Because
ago.
it looks interesting.
It
And
is
doesn't
interesting. Thank
Takes
you.
like 5 seconds.
It's
Takes
not
5 seconds to say,
lesbian
"Oh, that's actually
Tila."
really interesting.
Yeah, it took. Yeah, it's not a stretch. Yeah, don't pat
Hey.
yourself on the back too much, Phil, because it's not a stretch. That's what
I'm
they
all
should have
for-
fucking done.
I'm not patting myself.
Oh,
on
I
the
know.
back.
I'm just saying.
Sorry.
I'm
I'm
joking.
all for the Rule 34 Tila, but that's not what we got. We got a different kind of.
We got.
lesbian Tila.
I don't know what we got. It wasn't worth
Yeah.
watching what we got. So
T him. I don't know.
T him.
T. I don't know. Gila. Gila. Gila.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't want butch lesbian Tila. Oh, he's had a He-Man getting it on with Tila. Woo!
Yeah, and the illustrations for it is real good though.
Oh, he's
So
fucking.
they grew up to be adults, basically.
There you go.
Yeah.
And he's getting some of that Tila action, like it should be. Anyway, I was looking
This
at
is cool. What's going on here? This is a big old spread.
this is X-Men 107, the first appearance of the Starjammers. This is the Imperial Guard. I was just saying that the Imperial Guard is based off of the Legion of Superheroes. That's what Dave Cockrum's, because he was doing. I was trying to think. I bought a Starjammers comic book today, so I tried to remember the first appearance of the Starjammers in the X-Men.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so me and this Anna girl in the chat was talking about,
Oh,
because she
gotcha.
said she saw a Starjammers comic book. Look at
Yeah,
old,
yeah. I think I used to go to a bunch of flea markets and I would see that Micronauts and I would see
Yeah.
all these ones that
Yep.
people never really picked up on.
right. Yeah, Micronauts actually sold pretty well for a little while, and then it just kind of
See
went.
them all the time.
Yeah,
But you know what? I
yeah.
might have also been seeing reprints if they ever did them.
That's true.
That was one trick that those people did.
Oh
was they'd
yeah,
be, hey, look at these old comics, and then they'd be like
yes.
reprint number 3. or
Reprints,
whatever.
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's Well, Marvel got
There you
on the
go.
reprint. There's the first appearance of Starjammers right there. Yep.
Yeah, that's what's his name's father right there.
Yeah, Corsair
Yeah.
is Scott Summers' father, 100%. Yep. But yeah, those are badass. I was saying I based one of my characters in my comic book on that lizard guy there. That show, he's kind of like a loose. He's not based on, but the look of him, I tried to copy the look a little bit. I had him in mind as one of the inspirations when I was making my character. Because I always liked that design. I always thought he was cool.
I'm all right.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, Jans, you sounded out of it, man. What's going on? You getting a firefight
I've been
with
out of it. I haven't. Oh, let's not talk
Gosh.
about that. We're talking about comics right now.
Oh, I
don't wanna
know.
go
Yeah.
anywhere
Oh,
near reality.
Reality. What's that movie?
Fuck that. This is what
Reality
comics are
Bites.
made for.
Yeah, Reality Bites. What's that movie?
Yeah, that's an old '90s.
Yeah, I love that movie.
I thought reality you dodged a hurricane today, so that's good.
Huh?
Who did?
Or should I say a hurricane dodged Barbados.
Oh, y'all
really?
did. Y'all did.
I got to
Oh,
turn you
yeah.
up a little, Phil. I can't even hardly hear you. Let me turn your volume up a
I got
little
him
bit.
loud. It's because
I didn't have, for some reason, he must have been saying something I didn't agree with, so I turned his user volume down. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's what I did
Sounds all right.
on the
Yeah.
Discord. Really being a shitter, as Volt
New
said.
Universe books, mostly Star Brand.
I see a lot of New Universe. Yeah, Star Brand. I remember that from the Marvel. Yeah, that didn't last very long. That faded out. That New Universe stuff. I got a couple back in the day. I picked up Star Brand, a couple issues of it, and then I just kind of lost interest. You know, I was like, I'm going to get all these New Universe stuff, and some of them were kind of That was like in the mid '80s. Yeah, it was like '84, I think.
So he's doing like 6 volumes of that. Then
He's already got 5 of them done. There's 2 of them I don't have.
Does he have some kind of site up to buy or something?
No,
or
this is all.
okay.
He doesn't have the license. He doesn't own. Obviously, he doesn't own them.
So he has.
It's all underground. Yeah, so he just does it fan fiction. He even says.
What does he do? Does he release the digital?
No, he doesn't.
All physical copies.
It's all physical. He prints them on demand when.
Are you saying that he pays the cost and releases them for free?
No, he charges his friends for them. Basically,
I was gonna say.
Basically, he just
something.
Yeah, he charges his friends for the printing costs, and then the shipping costs, and then he sells them to his friends. That's all he does. So he's not trying to sell them. Wasn't one of them about football players? Yeah, they had that one where they had like he was a athlete, like a super athlete. I can't remember the name of it. It's been such a long time. You wrote a chapter in the 5th book? Oh, I don't have the 5th book. I'm thinking 3rd book. You wrote a chapter in the 5th book? See, I should have just bought the first 5. I bought the first 3, and then I said I'll wait till he's done with the 6th one before I buy the. Now I wish I would have bought the. Anyway.
I just want all 5 of them there. I want 6.
What's
really. I mean, it's good.
Yeah.
What's the cost running on this stuff?
I don't know.
He charged me $20 a book plus 10.
Oh.
It was 10. It's 80 pages. And he charged me $10 for shipping. That's fine.
Gotcha.
But I mean, he's got to cover his costs and maybe make a couple bucks. You know, you don't have a copy, Jessica. Damn, you wrote a chapter. You don't have a copy. Damn, man.
Yeah, that printing looked pretty decent.
Oh, it's awesome, dude.
The cover looked pretty.
Well, yeah. Let me go.
Cheap.
Let me go back. No, it's awesome. This is how.
Reminded me of old Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah.
Comics,
yes, 100%.
Really well done.
100%. Yeah, it's not the pulpy paper. It's the higher grade quality. Oh, it's a quality.
Yeah, I can see the reflection on the cover too. I could tell. It's
I think this is the printer. I think this is the printing. It goes with Comics Wellspring. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna look at for them to get my comic book printed. But
Rico printing.
I'm thinking about doing mine black and white like this.
Well, it works because he's doing a very clean style. You have a lot of detail on what you draw from what I've seen.
Yeah, a lot of crap. I know. You can say it.
No. You have some people are naturally more like draw a lot more like, lines or whatever of interest, and I'm more personally of a clean look.
Yeah.
I'm a simple-minded person, so.
Oh, whatever. You're out there dodging bullets, Charlie Bronson.
Jack, there you go.
But
full Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's just look at that. That's He-Man. That's Prince Adam after he got fucked up by Skeletor. He's like Spawn. I call him Spawn. I call him Spawn He-Man. But yeah, he's got his brother helping him. His brother's an artist as well, but he's got his brother helping him. But it's fucking brutal. It's a violent. It's He-Man world violent.
Cool. And it's also unfortunate that it's licensed stuff. Like if he could have just done a little bit of a twist on it to make them not, you know what I mean? Make it them, but not them. Yeah.
Well, I think that's what he's going to be doing in the future. He's going to take he's going to take the Masters of the Universe. I think I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he's planning on doing like changing the characters up where they're his own character, but basically it's like a spin-off of Masters of the Universe. He won't be saying Masters of the Universe or Voltron or stuff like that, but it's going to be his own characters, and they're almost like identical. That's how he's going to be his get around. Which, hey, if it looks like this, and it's sign me up, man. You know what I mean?
The story is compelling, and the writing is relatively decent.
Yep.
And
there you go.
The drawing is clearly there. That's not much.
Oh yeah, he's really good. He goes to conventions and like. I think he does like a booth, and he does like a mini booth at like small conventions where he tries to sell his art and stuff like that. I'd love him to draw my comic book, but he's judgmental. I've seen him. He'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not drawing this crap. I'm not drawing this. I'm not drawing this. These characters. Yeah, you shit writer. Yeah, he is very judgmental.
I ain't drawing your fucking
dog.
Oh man, you're fucking with my characters. They suck. I just want to delete my whole fucking thing now and start over, but I'm not going to. But now I've got to up my game, man. I've got to go even more violent, more fucking, you know what I mean?
Oh, you're in an escalation.
There we go. Yeah.
Pulling out
oh, yeah, definitely. I'm like, look what this motherfucker did with the kids. With He-Man.
Man, listen, he fucked up Snarf and Panthro, man.
He fucking ripped the tail off of Snarf.
Y'all are ruining it for me. I haven't even seen any of it.
Count ruined it for me, man.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But then again, they wouldn't know about it. Like I said, they wouldn't know about it unless.
Yeah, you wouldn't know about it. You wouldn't know about it.
About.
Do people in Barbados say about like that?
No, I did say a boot. You heard a boot, but I said a boot.
Yeah, you heard that. I just thought you were doing it for the Canadians in the chat.
Oh, I'm fucked up because I heard a boot.
Yeah, what's that all about? Eh?
Whoo. Yeah, I'm.
Booty.
I need to make another appointment with my therapist. Jesus Christ. Anyway, but yeah, it's kind of a little depressing that I've read through that now because I'm like, I thought I was onto something. It's like, yeah, you better step your game up, you fucking hack. Yeah, so now I'm going to go full. Okay, here we go. I'm kind of glad I saw it, though, because I know where I have to. Now I know what I have to do. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. I need to quit and
quit your job. And wait, how's that all going anyway? Is that affecting partners or anything yet? The whole UAE, what was it? The strike?
No, that doesn't affect us.
Oh, okay.
Not yet, anyway. Well, they don't care about us. They just, that strike's been overblown. It's only in like 3 locations in North America that they're doing that.
Everything's overblown.
Yeah, they're overblowing it.
Can't believe a damn thing in the
It's
news.
not we just make a car part. We make oil filters. They don't give a fuck about us.
So you make car parts for the working man because that's who you are and that's who you care about?
You Tommy boy motherfucker.
Yeah.
Did you just hit me with the fucking... Did you hit me with the Dan Aykroyd? The big... Absolutely. What's his name? Big... I
can't remember.
And then he ends up...
I make car parts for America. Because
that's who I care about.
That's who I care about. Yeah.
No, you said that perfectly, man.
Yeah, I remember it. Like I just saw a Great Outdoors the other day. Sorry to detract.
Oh, that's awesome.
You can't get movies like that. You can't. It's just impossible.
Don't get me started on fucking Hollywood.
Keep going. So what's this guy you're drawing here?
Oh, he's one of the bad guys.
That's pretty cool.
Blood Shower. Yeah.
Oh, I like the name.
Yeah, he's the head of the Blood Brood. Boy, I'm not ripping off fucking Chris Claremont any. Oh boy. Yeah, he's one of the mutants that got fucked up by the radiation blast of the Empire when Earth was destroyed. So, yeah, he's kind of starting off the action after the prologue. what's going on. Now I had a whole fucking pages planned, and now I'm like, okay, I got to go more violent, more fucking.
No, you don't. You got to do what you got to do.
More blood, more violence, more brutality, which was already going to be brutality, but you know, God, he fucking ripped the tail off a Snarf. That's fucked. That's a sick, twisted, demented man right there.
What do you do to Orko? Or is there no Orko?
Yeah, there's Orko. He's got Orko in there.
Okay, all right.
He's got Orko. He's got everybody. He doesn't have Stinkor. He had Mechanic. He had Mechanic, Trapjaw. Yeah, Stinkor
was just another. Yeah, like what else can we do? I don't know. A toy that smells. All right,
yeah. What are you smoking today? Yeah, something. Light it up. Give me a character real quick. We need a pitch real quick. Your job's on the line.
More toys.
Stink. Skunks. Stinkor. Yeah, there you go. Run with it. Give it to the intern.
No way.
Yeah, give it to the intern. He'll run up the stairs. Snout Spout. He doesn't have Snout Spout. Another stupid He-Man character.
I always thought the guy whose neck.
Mechanic.
Is that you?
Mechanic.
He's got a little Mechanic in there.
The Mechanic guy is so ridiculous. Oh, hold on. Let me look. It's just ridiculous character.
And he's got a lot of Trapjaw. Trapjaw was kind of cool.
Trapjaw, because he had that claw hand or whatever too, though.
Yeah, he had a bunch of mechanical. Yeah, and he had the. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you said P-Man and they said Robert. Is that you?
Oh, I said B-Man.
Oh.
B like.
Buzz off.
You said
Buzz off.
Yeah, but I was just picking up
pissin'.
Yeah,
okay.
Pissant. Yeah. That would be a good one.
Pissant. See, you're good at names, man. Pissant.
Phil.
That's a fucking awesome He-Man character. You ought to pitch that to Rob for his next. Yeah, make a new original. Yeah, Pissant. He goes around. It's this humanoid ant goes around pissing on every. That'd be fucking awesome. Good one, Janzer.
I didn't say it. I just.
Oh, I ran
Phil
with
said
it, man.
but he said
I'm sorry.
more,
Okay, that was Phil.
He said it more in trying to hide the name a little. I just said
I didn't mean to create a drama over it. Sorry, Phil. I thought I heard Janzer say that.
How dare you not give credit to artists?
That's better what I was coming down with. That was going P-Man, you know. was going for Robert
R.
Kelly.
Yeah,
R.
Exactly.
Kelly.
That's what I was saying, Robert.
Bob Kelly.
Yeah, that's what we call him, Bob Kelly.
Oh boy.
Fucking R. Kelly.
Fill water through the. All right, whatever. He shoots a stream.
Yeah, he does. Unfortunately, it's on 14-year-old girls.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I guess in the world of He-Man, though, maybe it would.
Yeah, it might work. An R. Kelly crossover with.
If they cross it over with the Thundercats, then you got the two Wily Cat and Wily Kit. There you go. And then it's like, oh, wait a second. Now I've got some targets. Oh no.
He had
oh my God.
Too, in the book as well.
He had what?
Wily Cat and Wily Kit. They were in the book as well. He had them illustrated as well.
He had it. Yeah, he had a short little thing with Wily Kit, Wily Cat. Oh, thank you. Badass face you're doing. Yeah, I think it might look better if I zoom in. It's a cross between Man Thing and Swamp Thing. I steal everything from. I have no talent on my own. I steal everything.
Oh, you should work for Disney then.
Ooh, damn!
I saw that movie with The Rock when they're on like the African Queen, but it's not that. It's like an updated version, and it really has nothing to do.
I've
with
seen it.
Old movie, yeah.
Hated it.
They're putting their movies
What
on.
movie is that?
Oh boy.
Riverboat Captain. They're going down the.
Oh, that's the one where he sacrifices himself, and then she brings him back. Emily Blunt, isn't that?
Yeah.
Given the whole damn.
Yeah, hey, he knows the whole fucking plot.
Like the plot was so deep and rich. You
I
know
was gonna
exactly
say,
what the
sure-
fuck was gonna happen
I
in
was
that
gonna say the
entire
one with the
movie.
conquistadors.
It's
You could've
African
left
Queen,
at
isn't it?
that. Well, it is and it isn't because they made it fantastical, which is
Right,
fine. If you're
right.
gonna update something, really kind of just get away from Humphrey Bogart, and it's not gonna be that because he is not a Humphrey Bogart. So he's just different. I don't mean like but it's just they were showing it on network TV, and because apparently there's Disney has no choice but to give. They're like, please watch our stuff. you know.
I watched it when I had Disney Plus, and I think I watched about half of it, maybe 3/4 of it, and I just couldn't stay interested in it.
I could tell you about different series on there. Just I watched Ahsoka. It's not worth it.
Oh boy.
Oh, you watched Ahsoka? Yeah, I didn't even bother. I canceled my Disney Plus. I
forced my way through to these last episodes. I was like, well, I guess I already started. Can't constantly be a quitter. But
have you watched any Loki too? Because I don't have. Oh, this
I
is
watched
John
2
Burns
episodes.
first.
It's more the same. if you didn't like the first season, you're not gonna like the.
It just doesn't make it. It just doesn't move the needle for me. That Loki. I'm not saying it was bad. It had some decent parts, but I just like. What are they doing? I don't know. It just seems nonsensical to me.
I have no intention of seeing Loki. I barely started watching I finished out season 2 of The Expanse, and I'm on season 3.
Is that any good? I almost watched one of those.
I like
Ahsoka is boring, Anna says. Yeah. I didn't even. I canceled my Disney Plus. I canceled it. Man, I didn't.
Then when it starts to seem like it's getting exciting, it just sets you up to be more boring.
They do that now. It's like the storytelling's bad. It's just.
Did she twerk? That's what I want.
Did she twerk? Yeah, I mean,
like Megan Thee Stallion.
Megan the Stallion. There you go.
If not, then that's why they failed. Because if they would have done that,
it has some of the most boring lightsaber action I've seen in a long time.
It looks stiff. It looks stiff. I saw the YouTube stuff. It just doesn't look good. Yeah.
And let me just say that old Star Wars lightsaber action wasn't that great. Like looking at it, no, obviously it's not that good. But it looks.
I don't agree.
It looks.
I actually like the old stuff.
I like it too as practical effects more. Yeah.
I mean, in terms of like
they were acting. They literally were acting.
In terms of the limitations that they had. It looks
no. They told them wield these like heavy swords. Like these are. That's what they told him. They were literally acting,
Now everyone's a Jedi. Everyone has the Force. Everyone does this and that. They've just ruined it. They've cheapened everything.
The way that this is done now is like, they can do more with it, but it feels worse than people trying to do it with very limited special effects and what it could do.
I like that comment there.
Ahsoka just stands there and does nothing, and it ends. I hate judging stuff I haven't seen. But
I have to disagree. That's not
why
true.
I'm not really
Ahsoka
saying
doesn't
anything.
just stand there. She stands there and she stares at things.
But do they sit in coffee
beautiful.
shops and
drink lattes?
She stares into the distance. It's very soap opera-y.
Okay, well, that's dramatic.
I'm just not interested in it. I just can't get interested in it. I'm sorry. I just.
It's not good.
Special effects
characters. All the new characters suck.
Wow,
there's no
big
development or no. It's true.
Hey, Phil's seen it.
Guy,
yeah.
The guy that they're chasing after, the blue guy with the.
Oh, Thrawn, Admiral Thrawn or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that Thrawn. He sucks. Not that he's new. I mean, he was in the story.
Yeah, he was in the Clone Wars stuff, wasn't he? Yeah.
But the Ezra Miller guy, he sucks. He's like, all right, let's put it like Thrawn and him kind of disappear into a very far distant galaxy. That's what happened in the Clone Wars. Like they think that they're dead, but they actually kind of disappeared into a really far galaxy.
Oh, that's the guy that
you
was
can't get to.
Flash.
Yeah, that they can't get to without like making this really powerful thing to fly there. We'll have to go through the light speed, or you can use these space whales, whatever is convenient.
Oh God.
Space whale. Anyway. All right, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Know anymore.
But anyhow, after this guy being stranded there for so long, and then
space whales. All right, whatever.
They find him. He's like, "Oh, okay, cool. So, you found me. Oh, great. So when are we going back?" He has no questions like, "How did you get here?" No, he's just. It's like,
Phil, they don't know how to write.
Years to get there. It's like, this guy just didn't.
I wasn't trying to start a whole thing. I just.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah, wait, I didn't bring up Ahsoka at all. Actually, I'm not blaming myself for this one.
I brought it up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I take full responsibility.
No, I don't.
Yeah. I just said something about.
I'm just bullshitting. I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to watch The Expanse. I almost started on it the other night.
I don't know if you like. It's a lot of drama. There is some action, but it's
I'll give it a try.
Politics.
Yeah.
It's politics.
Yeah.
Most of it. And some of the characters are kind of annoying, but I can get past it. So
I'll give it a try if you somewhat recommend it. I'll give it a try.
Somewhat. I mean, a lot
teleporting space whales.
Really? Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's what they are.
See, space whales is an old gimmick, like in sci-fi.
Right.
And,
right.
You know, it's just one of those things that kind of like, you know, yeah. So I guess they just said, "Oh, what are we space whales?" Yeah, that's cool, right?
That'll do it.
Yeah. Big and it's dramatic.
Galaxy.
Yeah.
Whale falling from the sky.
It's just. It'll be epic.
Just doesn't sound interesting to me. Yeah. It's not Star Wars.
Are actually really small because
you know. and they bring back Anakin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's why not?
That's the
kind of came back.
I kind of all right. So Anakin is obviously, you know, spoiler, Darth Vader, but
spoiler.
I'm like, why is there a separate force for Anakin and a different force for Darth Vader? Like,
there's a.
I never knew there was.
What's happening there?
But they even did it in the movies. Like when he put Anakin back in as a ghost or you know the part of the force.
Right. He became.
By the end of the movies, like so. Wait, hang on. He became Darth Vader, but he still has Anakin as the force. I was like, huh? Like, shouldn't he be? What he last was?
No, he redeemed himself. That's why he became a good guy and was able to go into.
Well, in the original, they did use the guy that was Darth. They did use the Darth Vader visage when he took his helmet off. They in the original, and then George Lucas ended up changing that to make him look like Hayden Christensen. That was in the late '90s when he did that. Yeah.
Took creative liberties. Yeah.
You know, to me,
I'm fine with it.
Star Wars died after 1983 with Return of the Jedi. I like Rogue One because it planted the story within that original. They can take Star Wars after that. I'm just not that.
It was like one of those fanfic books. What are the extended universe?
Right.
That's what Rogue One was like. That's why I could accept it too, because they weren't really radically trying to change the core characters. Or do something drastic with the core character.
They were telling a mini story within the original story, right? Like explaining how they got the code for the Death Star. Yeah, the original. I know
there's massive criticisms. I've watched these videos where they criticize everything about Star Wars. I'm fine with it. Like hell, I even liked the first new Star Wars when I first saw it. Let me put it this way: I was entertained by it. I'm not sure that I liked it later. But I was definitely entertained, and I was like, "All right, I'm back in." I like being in Star Wars land again, you know?
Right, exactly.
And then, I mean, that's why I forgave a lot of the things that were like, "This is bullshit," you know. Later on, once I got pissed off, I was like, "Fuck everything, fuck this whole goddamn mess."
That's
you know.
So you talk
kind of how I am.
Dumbo episodes 1 to 3, or are you talking about the new ones, the Disney?
I'm talking about the original episodes, but I did like Rogue One because it tried to make itself look a little more like a original episode, and it happened within that time period. All this after Star Wars stuff or before the original Star Wars movie just doesn't interest me that much.
The shows,
it's just you can cheapen your universe.
Either.
You know, I love Mandalorian first two. I like the second season as well. It wasn't as good as the first. I agree with you. Yeah.
Started all right, but then he started taking off his helmet too much.
Yeah, it kind of got off the rails. But that third season, I couldn't even finish it. I'm like, yeah, this is done.
I didn't start.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Like there was one decent episode. Then they start bringing in Jack Black and Lizzo, and I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I'm out. They're not serious anymore about storytelling. They're just trying to like get cheap shit. You know what I mean? They're trying to just go with the trend of, you know. Next, you'll have fucking, you know, the Mandalorian, you know, twerking or some shit, you know, to go back to the She-Hulk joke. I just, that takes me out of it. I'm done with that shit, man. Yeah, Mando went downhill fast. Oh, big time. You can tell they ran out of ideas. The first season was awesome.
I don't think Jon Favreau was involved with.
Not as much. 100%. You're right. It's Dave Filoni.
Something about him complaining about it.
Yeah, Dave Filoni took full control, and Dave Filoni, he collapsed. He started kneeling to the new cultural fad shit. You know, having just stupid shit, man. I don't know. Like Janzer said, I pretty much tapped out of Star Wars. I tried to like it again. And I didn't hate The Force Awakens. I didn't hate that movie. When I saw it, I was kind of like, oh, it's kind of cool, you know, back in, and then, that went off the rails real quick. That next movie.
I didn't hate it either. I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I wasn't like, it didn't give me the feeling of being a kid again and loving the first, you know, the original.
It wasn't good.
They used footage of Hayden from the dress rehearsal. Oh, that's crazy. You're right. You're right, because that movie hadn't come out yet. That was 19. Yeah, when they did that. When they redid the Return of the. Nobody knew who Christian Haydenson was. Hardly. They hadn't come out with the second, they hadn't come out with Attack of the Clones yet, or Phantom Menace, actually. So they had to use,
There is one thing that I did like about Ahsoka. It was where, I don't know the whole lore or whatever behind those like space witches or whatever that they had in it.
I have no idea.
But they were able to resurrect the dead stormtroopers.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
But they didn't really play on that enough, because they had them coming back and it gave it kind of like a necromancer, like undead,
right?
Because they started to make noises that they wouldn't like. You know, normal stormtroopers would be saying their noise. Oh, shoot this and that. You know, they'd be saying their dialogue or whatever while they get killed.
They're zombie.
They were making like
the Walking Dead
type noises.
Walking Dead stormtroopers.
Strong enough. Yep.
It's kind of cool.
Play on that strong enough.
That sounds kind of cool.
It was like, oh, hey, look, this is a little thing that could be there. And then, okay, they'll just fight them off quick and just shut the door and get away from them. And I was like, oh, fuck me, man.
I'm a huge Star Wars fan since I was a little kid, and now it just makes me sad. Yeah, definitely. I saw it coming, though. I didn't want Disney to buy all that stuff. I really didn't. You know, to me, I'm not the more is when it comes to stuff like that I like. I'm not more is better. Like, you know, they're talking about, I didn't even, you know, the Back to the Future sequels, part 2 and part 3. I didn't like them that much. I saw them in the theater because it doesn't compare to the first one. The Back to the Future is perfect. Leave it. But I know they got to make, you know, they're trying to capitalize. But, you know, I didn't hate part 2, but it didn't compare to the original. The original just blew me away when I saw it. You know, 84, I saw it in the theater, you know, just like, oh, this is, or 85 or whatever it was. I was like, oh, man, this is a perfect movie. Perfect movie. I felt like a little kid again watching it. Like, oh, my God, you know, I loved it. And then I saw the second one. Went to the theater and saw the second one. It's just, Not terrible, but, you know.
With stuff like that, it's difficult, especially to. I'm sure that maybe they didn't have the same writers or people involved with it as well too. So now you get a kind of a different vision.
Well, they had Zemeckis. Zemeckis was still doing it, but you can tell it was kind of it was more forced. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to live up to that first one.
If they had like two movies or 3 movies in mind when they made it, you know, oh, this is the beginning, this is the middle part, this is where they can cut it off, and then we can start a second movie, and then we can end it at this point. This is like if they had a goal,
right,
in mind, beginning, a middle, and an end.
But when they
but the original movie had that, and then they tried to tack on another
thing on because you can tell when they did the first movie, they don't know if it's going to be a success or not. You know what I mean? Nobody knows. It's the same thing with the original Star Wars. George Lucas had a plan B of doing that. That's why the Splinter in the Mind's Eye thing exists, because he made out a rough plot for a low budget sequel just in case the first one didn't make any money. Then he could try to get a low budget sequel that was real. And then he gave it to another writer to make a novel out of it called Splinter in the Mind's Eye a few years later. And that was totally different. It was just Luke, Leia, and Darth Vader, period. And there's no Han Solo. It was a lower budget. They were all in the same location. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't a big...
There's nothing wrong with that approach either. Because, I mean, sometimes you can hit goal with, like, something like Terminator, where you got Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Felt better than the first Terminator. Or Aliens. I would say Aliens was better than the first Alien.
Oh, yeah.
Two different, you know, it's like the first one was like a sci-fi thriller, and then the second one was like a sci-fi action.
Well, the first one was marketed as a horror movie. It was straight up horror.
Yeah.
That's what they were trying for. And they weren't trying for a sequel. But then they saw, hey, we could really make a cool action movie, get Cameron still involved, Ridley Scott, James Cameron doing some shit. Mm-hmm. And yeah, James Cameron made that happen. He made that sequel happen. He pitched that. And same thing with Terminator 2.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, in some instances, stuff like that could work, but it's not very often that you get a sequel that isn't already written that could be as good or better than the first, or different in a good way.
Right, 100%. But yeah, they never know. You can't plan too far ahead in Hollywood because they don't know what's going to hit. They're not going to get any kind of financing for a movie that flops. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen, obviously.
And then you also got to get people that care about the source material.
Yep. 100%.
If not, then you get stupid shit like Luke Skywalker throwing away his lightsaber and that kind of shit. Like, what did I watch all this shit for?
What do you want me to do? Get a laser sword and take on the New Order myself? That's not Luke Sky. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking hacks. What'd you think I was gonna do? They made him all like a jaded... I'm like, I don't remember that from the last time I saw Luke Skywalker. And it made no sense, those flashbacks of him. We tried to make him train Ben Solo. You know, it turned out to be, what's his face? The dude with Tourette's. Yeah, Kylo Ren. Thank you. See, I can't even keep it in my head anymore because I don't care. But that was dumb. That part. It's like Luke wouldn't fail, you know. He failed our son. They should have just made Kylo Ren they shouldn't have made Kylo Ren like anything to do with Han Solo. That part kind of like it's his son. And then, you know,
but now
the sequels don't exist. Yeah.
Han Solo back in. Come on, man.
Character assassin. Yeah. Oh, they killed the fuck out of Luke Skywalker. I couldn't stand to watch that Luke Skywalker. The way like Jessica says, I pretend those things don't exist.
Oh, like Spider-Man 3. Never happened.
Spider-Man 3 could have been good. I guess they're going to make a fourth one. Sam Raimi, they're planning on making a fourth one. supposedly. I blame that on the studio, not Sam Raimi. Yeah, that was all studio. We've talked about that before. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he didn't want Venom or anything like that in there. But
that movie was just pile on. Yep. And it should have never, it was shame it should have never been that way. But what are you going to do? And I'm fearful for any of the new stuff that Disney Marvel's going to come out with. Like, everyone's like, when are they going to do the X-Men? I don't want them touching the X-Men. Are you kidding me? Fox was bad enough after a while. I liked the first 2 X-Men, and then it just went, okay. But I don't want, you think I'm excited for a Disney X-Men movie? Are you crazy? Really? People have short memories. Or people always think that, well, because the X-Men were cool, but what X-Men are they going to be adapting? It's very important to know what era of X-Men we're talking about. Because if it's any X-Men that's after fucking 1998 or something, count me out. I don't want anything to do with it. Because it's garbage. Sorry.
I really don't know much.
I know you don't. That's more my...
The old stuff, I know. But I don't know any of the newer stuff.
Right.
Well, I mean, that pretty much stands for everything in relation to comics too. If it's not something that was around when I was a kid, I have no idea what's going on.
Right. But if they go back and actually try to be somewhat faithful to back when X-Men were coming up, with Claremont and Byrne and Dave Cockrum stuff, or the X-Men from the, any time basically in the 80s, if they're going to be somewhat, they're going to try to be somewhat faithful to that, then okay, maybe I'll give them a chance. But nah. It's like fool me once, Nope, I ain't falling for that. Multiple Man, Jamie Maddox, the Multiple Man. Yeah, that'd be cool. If they do it right. He's from old X-Men. I say old, I mean the late 70s, early 80s X-Men. I'd like to see a cosmic X-Men. I'd like to see X-Men. That's too many characters, but bring the Imperial Guard, or make a 3-movie thing where you're dealing with the Hellfire Club and the Dark Phoenix. You could build it up to do the Dark Phoenix right, instead of, you can't do a Dark Phoenix movie in fucking 2 hours. Are you kidding me? They built that storyline over a freaking year and a half of comic books. You can't crunch all of that into 2 hours of a movie. You just can't do it. It's impossible. You will never do it justice with Dark Phoenix.
I think part of the problem is that when it comes to dealing with people who are like villains or people who turn bad, they don't like to give them too much screen time. It's like, we need the heroes to be.
That's part of it now.
Focal point. And
they don't want anybody being like truly evil. There's always they've taken this, well, it's a subjective view, and evil doesn't, what I mean? They even did it with Thanos a little bit, and can we just get some evil motherfuckers? When I'm watching Darth Vader as a kid, I just thought Darth Vader and the Empire were just evil fucks. You know what I mean? And it worked. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I could fully understand that if it was kid shows, but you deal with stories that people grew up and even passed away, learning or reading these stories. So it's like you got from people that are like grandparents all the way down to young people that know about these characters and these stories, and they're invested in them. So it's like there's an older audience. You can appeal to them. Things could be rated R. You know, people will.
And you know what? That's a good point, because if you can move the needle with the hardcore audience, the others are going to come along. The casuals are going to like it. If you can wow the true people that actually care about it, then you're gonna it's a win-win. You're gonna get the majority of the others, the casual. It's gonna work. And I think the first Sam Raimi Spider-Man was so successful because a lot of the hardcore old Spider-Man fans, the older crowd, liked it because it worked on
the authenticity test.
Yes,
the nerds.
Exactly.
If the nerds like it, and it's got to be good.
The casuals are going to say, "Oh yeah, they like it. It's got to be," and everybody comes along. But if you're trying to dismiss that older demographic that actually grew up with the stuff and they have more of an emotional tie to it, if you try to bypass that and just take it, it's not going to do you any favors. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The casuals aren't going to carry you on the
studios always want to make things as safe as, they used to want to make things as safe as possible.
Right.
Now they want to appeal to whatever noise is happening in social media.
Exactly. They're trying 100% no sense whatsoever.
Useless individuals that got into power. They're just absolute. They've always. I think there was some comedian was talking about they were reading old Hollywood stuff, and even actors way back in the day were like, "Oh, these Hollywood studios are useless." That's why you had people like Jerry Lewis, and I was like, you know what, screw this. I'm going to do my own thing.
Right.
I'm going to learn how to do the crap. Like them or hate them, I don't care. The point is, people have always wanted to control their own, their own projects. That's really what it comes down to.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And
now you got these chodes in power that are controlling our own projects at the loss to the entire company and to the fans.
Right.
Because all they know how to do is write what they know, and what they know is talking to other people, drinking coffee.
100%.
Yeah, I just find it so weird though, especially from a business stance. It's like, why are you going to try to appeal to like a small demographic of people who are just loud and noisy?
But they think they think that small demographic is actually bigger because of the noise. Yeah, right. Like they have no.
But even so, just do something neutral, just along the lines of what you were doing, kind of before. And
it's almost
the audience that you want to appeal to will watch it.
Yeah.
And there will be a crossover of people from whatever wokeness to people who are completely against that, to the people who just don't care about none of two of those things. People just want to go and see.
And there's more people. There's actually way more people that just want to be entertained than actually care about their little social agendas in the moment, because the social agendas always change. They always die out, and then the fad dies. I call them a fad because the fad dies out.
Yeah, with everything.
Yep.
It's almost like I could forgive some of it when the internet and social media was kind of new, but people have learned how to interpret what social media, like what's coming out of social media. It's kind of unexcusable at this point to say, well, I didn't realize that it was just a small. No, we know how
it works at this point. Exactly.
Yeah.
And
so now you're willfully trying to stay on the side of some group with an agenda. It's kind of the same thing with local politics, the stuff that I deal with, where there's these smaller special interest groups that just organize well, and they show up and they know about things, whereas normal people, they don't look for those types of meetings to go. They don't, they're just not in the know about that stuff.
Right.
So they're not going to have their voices heard. So it makes it look like, well, the residents seem to want it because these groups are the only ones that are coming out and they're saying this, so I guess they know what
Right, exactly.
That's at least I think the excuse that politicians can hide behind, the local politicians. But the reality is they can't be that stupid.
Right.
I think they're just lazy and they want a cash paycheck and they want to make sure that they
100%.
protect their share owners of whoever's in office. What do you call it? Their constituents are the people that fund them, like, whatever it is. So yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. It's pretty ridiculous to. Well, at least now there's people that are able to put out their own stuff. Like that guy you're showing all those books that he's done, and you're able to do something because the tools are out there.
And they hate that.
There.
That's one of the things about Eric July. They don't like the fact that they want him to fail, and but yeah,
besides him, like everything, like even the guy that does that California Insider, all he does is interview people that have worked in politics in California, or there were school board directors,
and they hate him,
and they tell their story.
Yes,
they tell their story. He's not saying
he doesn't even he doesn't even freaking interject his own stuff in it. He's just like an investigative journalist. Right,
he's
exactly.
Not like a or any of those.
He's just having a conversation and asking questions. Right. He's not interjecting, and they hate that. They want to shut that down.
They don't want, because those people that he brings on have legitimacy. It's like if you started interviewing all these old artists, which they do get on Twitter, and they do start speaking their minds.
Right.
About how the industry is and why they're no longer working at certain places and all that stuff.
Right. Yeah. No, you're right.
It looks a little weird there in that bottom right-hand panel.
What is it? Jean Grey?
Jean Grey looks a little weird there in that bottom right-hand panel.
This is John Byrne's first X-Men issue. This is the first X-Men issue he ever drew. I'm looking at X-Men.
It's weird in that bottom left as well.
He even said he did not think he was going to be on the book. He was lobbying to not be on the book. He wanted to do Marvel Team Up. He wanted Terry Austin to come over and ink him on Marvel Team Up because he wanted Marvel Team Up was a bigger seller than X-Men at the time. X-Men wasn't selling. This is issue 108 or 109 or whatever, whichever ones. But this is John Byrne's first X-Men work, what I'm looking at right now. So yeah, his heart wasn't in it, he said, because he didn't think he was the right fit. He even told the editor-in-chief at the time, I don't think I'm the right guy for this book. Well, they said,
yeah, but he's mostly a writer, isn't he?
No, he's artist first. Oh, yeah, okay. Byrne was.
I thought he.
No, Claremont was writing the book
on this.
Yeah. Okay. Now John Byrne likes. I don't know. Eventually likes.
So he just didn't like the style.
Yeah, he didn't think.
See, that's what I could understand if you were an artist that.
Because Dave Cockrum was so beloved. Dave Cockrum, the guy before John Byrne, that pretty much created Nightcrawler and Colossus and Storm, the new X-Men. That's all come from Dave Cockrum. He thought that the fans would reject him because Dave Cockrum was like the fan favorite. He was known for X-Men. You know what I mean? It's like he didn't want to rock that boat. And then it turns out that the fans loved John Byrne. But he wanted to stay on Marvel Team Up. He's been in interviews saying, no, I had my heart set on staying on Marvel Team Up. Remember that issue that I did with Thor fighting the living monolith with Thor and Spider-Man? That was his last Marvel Team Up run before he started this here. Or they kind of overlapped a little bit. But yeah, he didn't have his heart set on the X-Men. Boy, that changed. But yeah, so even Byrne said, my early couple issues, I look at him and go, ugh. He goes, ugh. I'm not crazy about it. I look at it and I'm like, oh, I love it, but John Byrne, he's like, I'm very critical of my own work. And he's like, my first couple issues weren't that good, but he got better, They brought in Terry Austin inks and I look at basically anything John Byrne, I like it. Not everything, but 95% everything. He's kind of but yeah, there's some, you'll be able to big difference when he, like the Khazar Savage Land issues. You can see such a big like improvement in his in his work. It's so clean and crisp with Terry Austin. It takes him a little while to get into the groove.
You know what? I'm getting my names crossed. That's what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ramble on about.
No, you're not. You're not wrong. Everything you're doing is fine. I was thinking writer, and my brain is just
okay.
in it right now. I think I was thinking Peter David. He's known more for the Hulk.
Hulk.
I don't know why John Byrne, and why would I cross? I don't know. Whatever.
Well, John Byrne did some Hulk, but Peter David's most known for that little mini Todd McFarlane run that he did, where he was the writer. McFarlane was in 1988. And it's kind of an acclaimed Hulk run. And then they got at odds. They couldn't get along. And then they had this big debate thing. And I remember all that. Yeah, but yeah, Peter David. Yeah, he's a good writer. I like his issues. I'm not a big fan of Todd McFarlane Hulk. He kind of did some new stuff, but I'm not a fan of his Hulk. I like his Spider-Man better. It's not near my favorite Spider-Man, though. People are like, "Oh, Todd McFarlane Spider-Man." It's just not my favorite Spider-Man. I don't know. I'm not a huge Todd McFarlane fan. I mean, I like him on stuff, but I'd say Spawn is my favorite Todd McFarlane stuff. When he does other people's stuff, I'm not as much of a fan. I like him doing his own stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kind of putting some dark lines on my guy here, but yeah, I'm just looking at. When I draw, I just like bring up. I ought to bring up those John Byrne Elswin pages. I'm gonna try to ink and shade some more of those. Just kind of gets me in the mood to try to design a panel. I'm not good at designing panels. I'm okay at character design, but I'm falling short when it comes to designing panels. That's why I got to hire a guy that can do it for me. Like, take this drawing and put it in a panel and frame it where it looks cool. But take my basic idea of my panel, which is going to be very basic, and make something a little cooler. That's going to be my plea to the artist.
As you do it, you'll add to your toolkit. All the things that.
Yep.
Because like the panels are basically like still shots from a camera anyway, so it's like you just have to imagine what would this look like on film. And,
right.
What's the shot? Whose eyes are we looking through? Is it the viewer?
It's easier, it's easier said for me than done. I'm lacking.
Oh no, it's work.
Yeah,
it's literally just learning to do it. And
there's the rub.
And then
it's work. It's work. There's the rub.
You're pretty good with media in general. Part of it is consuming so much of it that you kind of get the idea of like, okay, this is how this guy would do it. This is how this guy would do it.
Right.
So, you get the idea. So it's there in your head bouncing around. You know what you like.
I'm going to be more comfortable like passing it on and paying a guy to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Totally understand.
But if I can't get anybody to do it, I'm going to be forced to do it myself. So I better start. That's plan B. Might be plan C. I might be forced to have to do it myself, and that way I might just do it online.
Well, that's why some people, instead of doing the full drawing panel, they do the wireframing panels. Like just wireframe the character. That way you don't have to draw everything, but you still have the idea of like, what direction do I want? Oh, then when you make those changes, you just change the wireframe, the
Right.
Low quality, you can call it low poly if you want, character models. That way you don't have to worry about, it's like, oh, I just drew this and I don't actually like this way.
I draw very strange. The way I draw is very, very strange. Yeah, this strange. Yeah, I draw very weird. Like like a real artist would go, "What are you doing?" It's like I start doing a bunch of scribbly stuff, and then it kind of forms, and it takes me days, and I might have to do 3 or 4 redos, and then change this and change before I actually it starts taking shape of what I've got visualized in my head. Yeah, just the way I've got to do it. I have to. I do it the hard way. Again, yeah, right. I do it like a. That's kind of the way I do everything, though.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you'll get to if you keep up with it, you'll get to to where it's comfortable and all that stuff. I don't even. Some people are very strict. Now you have to do it.
Right.
This is the way you learn it. And what I've learned about learning is that that's not true. They know, people that know a very successful way of learning know that it works for them, and it works for a lot of people that they taught, but not everybody learns the same way. That's just a fact.
Yeah, and
there's some things where like, okay, you got to hammer this nail. Okay, if you're gonna try to do some weird ass shit like hammer from the side,
right,
instead of actually using the head, but that's not what drawing is. It's different,
right?
As long as you know the concepts behind drawing, the technique is something you learn over time, and then artists try different techniques anyway. So it's just
that's what I'm lacking that's what I'm lacking is technique. I don't have a technique. I just kind of
said, as you do this, you'll add to your toolkit of things that you know how to. Oh, I can just pull out this shot. I know how to make this shot. No, I know how to make this shot. No, I know how to. Yeah.
I just start.
Well, that works in the beginning, Volts, of course, just draw because you have to do it. You just have to.
Yep.
But over time, you have to start focusing on like, all right, what are my tools that I have available?
And some days it just doesn't work.
You come up short. Oh, yeah, totally.
I was the other day I sat down and I couldn't fucking before like I drew like the shape and then I deleted the layer and then I redid the layer of making all my lines and everything, and then I had to erase half of it and then start it. It took me a day just to try to get the shape going, of the so this is a long fucking process. I have no technique. I just do it.
It's like writing. Writing's really similar in my opinion.
Yes. Oh boy.
Until you know how to hammer out a sentence and then a paragraph and make everything, flow and work the way you want.
Yep. Like I couldn't somewhere. Yeah, like if someone would like try to pay me to do it, like we need you this done and this is the way, I couldn't do it. I'm just like, that's not
better than I can draw.
The way
I practice more on communication than written communication than I have on visual communication.
My writing, I may be screwed. Yeah. My writing ain't the greatest either. But yeah, let's not even go there. That's going to be a working. I'm going to have to. I'll be changing stuff.
Cool as hell, man.
Oh yeah, it's fun. Yeah.
I told a few people, I was like, man, I got a buddy that he just said one day, I'm going to do this, and he started doing it. He just, that's just what it is. All projects, right?
Yep. You just got to
perfect time.
Yeah. But seeing that Rob Norton book, just. It kind of makes me go, mine'll never be that good, which it won't. He's talented, he's a talented artist.
Bringing up Rob Norton in the beginning, and I accidentally said, I was looking at your links and I thought you said Liefeld for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Where's this Rob Norton thing? Oh, that was the guy that did all the
He-Man.
Books.
Yeah, he did the He-Man.
Right.
Yeah, the fan fiction He-Man stuff. It's a guy I've been following for a little while. He's no he doesn't do it for a living. He just does it for fun, Yeah. But I see that and I get excited like, oh, this is possible. And then I'm also like, I better step my game up.
One of the things people say is you're a pro when you get paid. So.
Right. No, 100%.
Well, it's not exactly, but still.
And some people shouldn't be getting paid for it.
Sure, exactly. It's like some people getting paid for
is a crime.
That is like you don't actually know what.
I'm talking to you, current Marvel writers. Yeah, the fact that they're
that's worse. That's even worse.
Yeah,
But I think that goes back to that thing that I mentioned before. I don't know who I mentioned to too, but I think there's so many people in like terrible leadership positions because they don't want to hire competent people because those competent people will make them look really bad. So they hire people at their level or below.
Right. Competent people are a challenge.
So someone else incompetent can't tell that that the other person is incompetent.
Right.
And they also kind of know at the same time, oh right,
That's a great point.
Occasionally they'll hire like a really sharp engineer or whatever it is for whatever. I'm just going to use engineer as an example that actually does the work and knows what's going on and knows that they're incompetent, but also knows that means pretty good security for them. So it's all a game,
right?
It's all
you're 100%. They don't want somebody. Yeah, that's part of it. You are right about that.
And that's why you get a lot of nepotism. One, because they want to hire their friends and their family.
Yep.
But two, because they don't have to worry about like how much does this person know or whatever. They know they don't know anything, and they could just fill the position. And however incompetent they are, well, employees that complain about everything. So
right.
And there are a lot of employees that just complain about stuff. So it's it's all obfuscated through. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah.
But like you said, competent people are challenging. It takes work to manage competent people. Like they want to do their own. They want to
just shut up and do what I say.
Yeah, like you have a client where you know what's going to be better for their site. So you might question, well, no, we got to do it this way. And they don't want that. There's a lot of people that don't want that. And I question that because if I knew a guy was talented, say I hired a comic book artist to draw my comic book after I've got all my 40 pages done or 30 or whatever it's going to be, and he's got better ideas and he challenges me on that, fucking run with it. I'll tell him, yeah, that's why you hire them. You want to hire people better than you. I don't get it. Not worse.
Yeah, well...
I want a guy that's going to go, no, I don't like that panel. That panel you drew sucks. I have a great idea to change it. John Byrne said he encountered that at Marvel quite a bit.
Yeah, but those people also end up with a terrible reputation too.
That's true.
So it does come down to you can know what you want, you can have the ego for it and all that, but a little tact goes a long way.
Right.
Something I lack.
You lack the tact, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you say.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah, of course you're not gonna. Well, I'm gonna do it this way,
Draws Aurora pretty good.
Yeah, he did. Now this is 109. This is where he's starting to like get into it, where he actually creates his own character in the book. This is where he starts coming into the X-Men, getting the groove of it a little bit. You can see a jump up in the quality. You got Terry Austin on the book finishing. You got Terry Austin doing the inking. Big difference. Terry Austin's the best. Terry Austin's the top tier comic book inker in the history of comic books. Dick Giordano, Terry Austin, there's a couple others, but Terry Austin is the guy that everybody was chasing, the guy that inks this. And even John Byrne has said himself, and this is Wolverine's new costume. This is his updated. They played around with like a new design, making the brown, like he had this necklace thing, and they went back to the old school.
Face. It's not the standardized face,
right?
That I've gotten used to.
This is John Burns saying, "This is how I'm going to do Wolverine. I'm going to make my own decision and run with it." And you can see Whelping Alpha here. I love that picture of him coming out of the ground. Boom! I'm going to be stealing a little bit of this panel in one of my panels in my comic book.
Man, those masks really help them to cut down on how much they have to draw.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time.
Detail-wise.
Yep. Big time. That's the whole reason behind it, is the simplicity of the. I mean, you got deadlines, you know. It's like Jack Kirby said, you got to learn not what to draw. You got to learn not what to draw when you're a comic book artist. Yeah. That's why I can do this, but I can put all these squiggly lines in my drawings and have fun with it over days and days and try to develop it. If I would hire a guy, I'd be like, don't draw all that. You know, simplify this.
Right.
I'm giving you more, now simplify it to make it comic book friendly, you know, to make it more. You can't do all that fucking.
That's stuff that you learn when you.
Yeah. I mean, look at even the Swamp Thing comic books. Yeah, Bernie Wrightson would make like a real detailed pin-up panel of Swamp Thing, but as the story goes on, you see less and less detail of Swamp Thing as the story goes. You just can't make deadlines. You can't get a product produced doing all that, showing all the moss and the grass on every bit of them, you know, the different panel perspectives. You can't do that. That I haven't learned yet. I'm trying to put as many squiggly lines as I can and let a real artist simplify it, make it look, you know, comic booky. That's kind of my thought process doing this, you know. Oh, I love that panel right there. He's hitting him with the force field. I've been over this comic book before. I mean, a million times, but look at that punch. Woo! That's a classic John Byrne punch there. You'll see that exact same panel like in the Iron Fist that he did, where Iron Fist is punching.
Yeah, and you put a little tail at the back of his head, and pretty much is Iron Fist.
Right.
A little bandana or whatever he's got.
That ties off the exactly 100%. Yeah, it's almost the Iron Fist helmet. Yeah, except for the dragon eye.
Because it's just the cover of the
right.
It's just the face covering part. You change the color, change the pattern. Yeah. No, I'm not saying anything remarkable or anything. I'm just talking.
No, it's a great point. I like this panel where this laser blast reflects off of Colossus and hits Mora.
Bonk.
Like and then Banshee goes, that's Banshee's girlfriend, of course.
Hey, yeah, don't my hoe.
Then he comes at him with the sonic scream.
I can hit her.
Yeah. Oh my god.
So that's a cool close up where he's got all the drama on his face coming out of the water.
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah. And he made your maple leaf or whatever you call yourself. That's Claremont and Burns' joke, because when they first pitched this character to the Marvel editors, they didn't know what they didn't have a name for the character. And one guy there, I think it was Al Milgrom, said, why don't you call him Captain Maple Leaf or something? Seriously, that really happened. So they were making fun of. They were kind of throwing a jab, you know, like, it's stupid. Yeah.
Captain Trudeau.
Yeah. Oh, God, that dude. That dude is a fucking idiot.
No, I don't mean to trigger you. I'm just making a joke.
That's I know you. I know you. But, man.
We know he's an idiot. That's the whole point.
Imagine being that guy. How?
I don't
oh, my God, dude. What a silly human being.
I don't want to imagine myself being any politician.
Yeah. Oh, you're 100%. What a silly fucking human being Justin Trudeau is. Warhawk, mutants. Now that's Dave Cockrum cover. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Dave Cockrum, Terry Austin. Yep. I can tell by Banshee's face that that's Dave Cockrum, not John Byrne, just by the way he does that face. Yep. And the poses, that's a Dave Cockrum pose.
I always like the little heads on underneath the pricing. I always like that.
Dude, that is so cool. Yeah. Another thing I always liked was the slug line. Cyclops, Storm, Banshee, Nightcrawler, Wolverine, Colossus, Children of the Atom, student of Charles Xavier, mutants, feared and hated by the world. They got away from doing that stuff. I love that stuff. Stanley presents this, whatever you call this box up here. I call it the slug line or something. I don't know what you would call it, but
You wouldn't call it that.
okay.
A slug line is like just it's just like a call out line or something.
Oh, okay.
Like that.
All right.
But that's like an intro piece of copy, basically. It's
okay.
An intro copy.
All right.
I don't know what they call that box either.
I don't know what they call it.
Slug line could be like right underneath your main title.
Rob Liefeld calls it a slug line.
Well,
but,
in comic industry,
but he's wrong. It's not
graphic design.
Yeah. No, you're right.
So
you're 100% right.
I've never done comics. They have their own language, I'm sure.
Well, maybe it is their own language. I don't know. I just call it the description box of the book. I want to put that in my comic book. I just am having a hard time writing it where it makes any sense.
It doesn't. What do you mean? It's just an intro piece of copy.
Yeah, but these are the strangest heroes of all. I like that. Yeah. This is guest artist.
Hated by the world.
Yep. Thanks to Dave Cockrum for a welcome art assist. Tony DiZuniga. So this is not John Byrne. Still cool. But it ain't John Byrne.
I'm sure there's a name for that little box.
Yeah, I tried to Google it one day and I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
If you ever learn that, let me know what it is, because I'd like to know. Maybe somebody knows. I do not know what the hell they call that box up there. I like the Hulk one, the one for the Hulk. They got away from doing that kind of stuff. See, look how they look how he makes Nightcrawler like big. Nightcrawler's a little impy guy, a little impy creature more. I like the way Byrne draws, and he draws Nightcrawler. This guy draws Nightcrawler like Spider-Man, even bigger than Spider-Man looking.
Yeah, he's pretty buff.
Yeah, it's like, You can tell Dave Cockrum did the finishes on this, but then we're back.
Nightcrawler being more like a, like real thin, real, I don't know, kind of creepy,
Yeah, Byrne draws him like smaller, see?
Bodybuilder kind of looking.
And as the X-Men run goes on, Byrne even draws him more in crouched positions and more. He makes him less humanoid looking. You know what I mean?
Creature. Yep.
Yeah, and but he's the most. Oh, I love that Colossus hits the Beast. Now the Beast is supposed to be big and
right,
but Colossus is under mind control here from Mesmero.
Ooh, right in the back of the head.
Yeah.
That boy dead.
That boy dead.
I mean, if you get in the back of the head like that, you got some problems. From a man made out of metal. Yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Bam. Brain damage.
You got to be a superhero to. I didn't know Marvel and DC copyrighted the terms superhero and supervillain.
So dumb.
Yeah, it is dumb.
Copyright that term.
Yeah. They actually have it copyrighted. So like an independent comic book company has been given cease and desist notices when they use the term supervillain.
Comic book as well.
See, all this stuff is getting silly. You know what I mean? I mean, I agree with copyright laws and trademark law and all that stuff.
Right, but taking common words, Disney, we copyrighted Mouse. Fuck you.
Fuck yourself. Right, 100%. Yeah, let's just get
Chevy or Ford saying we copyrighted the word truck. What? Yeah, I'm not saying they did, but
I mean, I can understand like Xerox or Kool-Aid or you know what I mean?
Those are made up terms.
Those are made up, or Kleenex. I always call everything a Kleenex. It's actually a tissue.
Yeah.
but I call it
there's an actual term for that as well.
Yeah, I don't know it. Yeah, I can't remember what it is.
I just can't.
Yeah, I know the term too, but I can't.
You know, yeah. Where you call things the name brand.
The brand becomes bigger than the object, like
tissue
more
paper.
Yeah.
Instead of
Velcro is another one.
Yeah, 100%. Instead of little felty hooky things or whatever.
Felty hooky. I was like the eye hook. I was like, I don't know what the fucking thing's called.
I don't know how would you describe Velcro without using the word Velcro? I couldn't do it. You know what I mean?
Like eye hook.
Yeah, because they are little hooks. If you like get under a microscope, it's like little hooks.
I'm not going to Google it either.
No, I don't. Yeah, some things I just don't give a shit about. How's that?
Yeah, breaking that inclination to, let me look immediately, type it up. Who cares?
Who cares?
It's going to hurt.
I bring up a lot of shit like that. Oh, look at that Wolverine picture of him breaking those chain.
Yeah.
That is fucking badass, dude. That's John Byrne. Whew. Now, this is Byrne really getting... Because by this time, they've got some fan feedback. You know, this is snail mail, and they've finally getting some fan feedback. And everybody's loving John Byrne on X-Men. Him saying that's kind of weird, though. Didn't think that the fans... He was pretty much a big star by the late 70s. He was big in demand at Marvel Comics. Yeah, I mean, he could go to any book he wanted, but they wanted him on X-Men. They had a hard-on for making X-Men... trying to bring X-Men back from the depths, you know, from the cancellation. And
right.
Boy, they said, nope, Byrne, you're the guy.
Which many characters went through.
Right.
You know, always trying all kinds of, I still remember the whole I think it was Green Lantern, Green Arrow team up.
Yep. Neil Adams.
Because they were both really doing badly. And then they started tackling, let's start tackling political things or whatever's out there now.
Yeah, like heroin, the drug stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
And, it became like
we talked about this a long time
ago. We talked about it. Neil Adams plus is also a legend, comic books, you know, and he took it over. And, those are I'd love to get my hands on some of those. Whew. I used to have some of those.
Not to be too critical when it comes to them trying something that is currently political or is currently of the moment, but when they don't know when to stop, you know, that's the problem. Like they want to do some, hey, we got a new trans character, cool, whatever, right? And make it good. That's all that we care about,
right?
You know, we have a new bi character, great. This guy's gay and this woman's lesbian, fine, whatever. You know, make it good, make it a good character. That's all.
Right.
Don't take what we know. Charles Xavier is now, you know, trans. What? Why are you doing this?
Right.
It's clearly a gimmick.
Right. It's a gimmick. And people can see through it. Right.
Yeah. What would be the point of that? You know, like it doesn't just because you're such a
homophobe and anti-trans. No, I'm anti-hack.
Give him a long lost sibling that is going through something like that.
Right. Exactly. Or something like that.
How difficult it is for, you know, whatever. And then if it's good, you know, I won't crap on it because it is fantasy. It is make believe. And that's kind of where that stuff belongs. Anyway.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah. But anyway, you know.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But they want to make it, but they want to make it about themselves.
Fun if we're agreeing.
Yeah. Neil Adams and I think Denny O'Neil was the one that wrote those Green Lantern, Green Arrow, when they started getting deeper, you know, into social issues and stuff.
Right. Yeah.
In the early 70s. Neil Adams was the artist, and Denny O'Neil was the writer, I believe. But they discussed all that, and they weren't interjecting their own personal views about it. They were just like, let's write a story. Let's open this can of worms and write a story about it.
Wasn't it that was Green Arrow the conservative part and Green Lantern was the low? I know they were trying to make them balance out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
I didn't never read them. I just watched a lengthy video about it.
Green Arrow was more of the what you would call a conservative, and Yeah, Green Lantern was more the liberal type. Yeah.
And from what the video said, they were trying to kind of show each perspective, not like this is the correct thing.
Exactly. They were trying. Yeah,
So, that's compelling.
There you go. That's the way to do it. Right.
Because you're not forcing it down my throat that I need to believe this thing.
And they're writing outside of themselves. They're not writing themselves. They're writing outside of themselves. Exactly. No, you're right.
We have a what did they say? We have an obligation to the people to present the perspective that is correct. No, you don't. Write some fucking comics and write some stories.
Right.
You don't
the right side of history.
People,
yeah.
We'll figure that out. That's why it's free will, assholes.
100%. I hate that. You're going to be on the right side of history. What's that mean?
The right side of history always ends up being the one that kills the other people and rewrites it. So
yeah, yeah, they contradict themselves in the same. Yeah,
shit, tearing all those monuments down that they did, a couple of years ago. What is that? That's the same thing that they don't want done, and they were doing it. So
right,
try to, it's like, well, you're now doing things that the Liberal Party never would have dreamed of doing.
Right.
It's craziness, man. It's craziness.
It is crazy. Yeah, they've become the thing. They've become the thing they hated.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. There, Jeannie in that bottom right panel. Sorry. Yeah. Now that's kind of looking like her.
Yeah.
Also limits the level of your creativity as well too, because
it really does.
Then you don't have stuff like, I never watched it, but I heard people talk about it. It had that series, The Man in the High Castle.
I watched part of it. It's a slow read. I've read parts of it, and it's also a slow story. It was done really well, though.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting. Not a concept that you want to happen, but what if?
It's a what if, exactly.
I got no problem with it because
exactly.
I got no problem with it, and even if it was, I wouldn't have any problem with it as long as they do it well. Yeah.
Yep.
Or it's really interesting seeing Japan and Germany being there. I'm really interested in that, and it was quite interesting because remember they weren't exactly friends.
No. Right.
Remember,
right.
Japan thought they were superior to everyone.
Oh yeah.
And so did Germany.
They just had a common enemy. I just said, fuck it, we'll do it just to take them down. Didn't work out, but I mean, it's usually how shit goes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're invading here? Oh, we don't like you though, and we kind of like them because they do this for us. So we're gonna team up with them and fuck you over, and that's how it works. So whoever wins at the end of the day is.
And all of that stuff is used by writers to dream up fantastical things wherever. That's why sci-fi people are like, there is parts of sci-fi that is about the technology, but most of the sci-fi I've read is about the human condition, about relationships and political stuff and all that. It's like, well, how do we make these moral choices and all that? It's just another vessel to tell these stories that we used to do with mythology and all of that. So plays later on, Shakespeare stuff, playing out all that stuff. And now we got She-Hulk twerking, so it's all in full circle, as you can tell clearly.
Oh,
Janzer has saved himself.
It goes the wrong direction.
Janzer has saved himself a lot by not even watching that stuff, man. I swear.
Yeah,
you were smart.
Well, I don't know, but
I know
experience.
Yeah,
I was a coward, and I didn't watch the extended universe of Disney.
I don't know how I watched
or Marvel
the full series of She-Hulk.
I did not watch the full series. I can say that I did not, and I'm the one that had the most. I'm the one that had the most optimism for it, and boy, they slapped me up the side. Well, that'll teach you to be optimistic about us. Smack.
And no one can ever say that you don't give things a try. I have watched you for years give things, whether it's video games or whatever, things that I was like, well, he thinks it. You're all like, man, I watched this. Actually, it was actually not bad. It was not great, but I'm like, okay, this guy's not exactly. You can't put you in. Well, you can put anybody in one thing. Oh, this is exactly how this person is because they think this way. I've definitely seen how you you allow things to give them a chance. You may not.
It's
It may
starting
not
to
come
wear
off like
off.
that.
It's
Yeah.
starting to wear off.
As it should when you get older.
I'd rather just do my own thing now. I'm kind of at the point where I'm just going to do my own thing. And not even worry about it.
Yeah. That kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
But you're ready to, fucking produce some stuff, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's a long way to go.
Of course. Shit, I haven't taken on a personal project in a while. Well,
you do.
That's not true. But
your personal project is being your personal project is being Charlie Bronson. Come on, man.
I'm talking about creatively, like the parts of my brain that don't get a chance to,
right,
even with
right.
coding stuff, so
right.
I get a chance to play and create fake challenges for yourself to overcome and develop, because all that creativity stuff, it's just like brain work,
Yep. Well, I don't know what else to do on this guy. I think I'm going to move on to whatever's going to be in the back of this left. I'm going to have like silhouettes of his minions back here. And he's going to have a word bubble. He's got to have a word bubble. So I'm really going to do just a silhouette of his minions kind of in the back here. And because he's like, we are attacking. We have to run these invaders out of here. They think they're the good guys. There is no good guy. That's the thing. Not yet. There's no defined good guy yet. Anyway. God damn, it's 3:13 in the morning. Jesus freaking Christ. I've been on here 4.5 hours. But I spent like an hour and a half over that He-Man stuff. Rob Norton's He-Man comic books.
Damn.
What is this? 40K? Oh, you're talking about Warhammer? No, it's
40K
called.
Is worse.
It's called Primal Strike. The name of my comic book is called Primal Strike.
40K is not about like there are no good guys. 40K is everyone is fucking horrible.
I'm not familiar with. I'm not familiar. These are actually the bad guy. This guy is actually one of the mutants.
40K is a bunch of fascists and chaos and
no good guys. See, I know nothing about 40. I know that's Warhammer, right? Yeah. I know nothing. Yeah. I know nothing about that stuff. I am ignorant as hell on that stuff.
So
I know it's a video game. They make video games.
Religious fascism is one of the factions. Yeah. Everybody's terrible.
Pretty much.
But I got the story planned out over time that it becomes clear what's going on and people's the characters' perceptions change a little bit and over what the hell happened. Then I got to do a big panel underneath that's going to start the action. That's what I planned. Let me go back. Hey, what up, man?
Not much.
You scared me.
3:14 a.m.
Oh, we're on the same time, aren't we, Bolts? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're on Eastern. Yeah. Whatever they call it in Canadian land.
Eastern.
Yeah. You're like, Eastern, dummy. Yeah.
Yeah. Jackass.
Jackass.
Yeah.
It was an excuse to throw in Canadian land. I got to take Canada jabs.
I know. That's what you do.
Now look at that last. I love the. God damn, that's awesome.
Magneto.
Yeah, that Magneto. But look at that fucking shit, man. That's John Byrne, Terry Austin.
He has no redeeming good guyness. He shouldn't be part of the story.
Do what?
I was actually gonna. Go ahead. Sorry, say that again, folks.
Nah, I don't know. Fuck.
Never mind.
Fucking.
There's like there's like characters probably on Warhammer that can be considered, but overall the factions are all pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't they? Doesn't Warhammer have like you have the Ranger and the? Isn't there a faction of that story that's like Dungeons and Dragons? Nah, don't give me. I'm just saying.
Range? Wow.
I have no idea.
You mean the Imperial soldiers?
No, I'm thinking of a different. I'm thinking of Vermintide then.
Yeah, you're thinking. There you go.
Okay, I'm thinking of something different. I don't know anything about 40K. I just shut up. I don't know anything about
40K, it. But that's a different thing.
Okay, never mind. Yeah. No, my comic book has good guys. You said no good guys. No, they're good guys. The main characters will be good guys eventually.
But
they weren't created to be good guys.
I was looking at your Sam drawing there too, Count, and like even in comparison to like the Sam like Magneto one, you opposed to putting any like solid black into that?
No, because this happens in the daytime. This panel. So I wasn't gonna put.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're saying to make it look better. This is going to be
more of an inking pass.
Yeah,
kind of combining both.
Yeah,
into one.
I don't.
I didn't really mention it. The reason I didn't really mention it because I know you just kind of just putting stuff down, just kind of storyboarding it as opposed to it's not going to be like the final thing. So that's why I didn't really want.
There are some. I'm going to mix them up. There's going to be black backgrounds. They're going to all black. I love the negative. I love that too, 100%. But I was doing that more for like the space scene that I had. But there won't be any more. There won't be very many more space scenes. I just had to set it up, and then it's going to be on a. It takes place on Earth, but it's Earth that's been destroyed in the future. Yeah, I mean the whole story takes place on Earth. So I'm sure the nighttime scenes I'll have night in the. I'm gonna do it that way. I'm gonna have the artist just do a. I'm gonna tell them. I just want to do it looking like this, and then tell them to make it look more like a comic book. Because I'll get somebody the guy I've got in mind has done comic books before, like independent comic books. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. I may not be able to get him.
I didn't necessarily mean doing negative space with it. I meant in terms of more like, if you look at the same Magneto, where he got his muscles, if you look at his like delts or anything like that, got areas where it's like you can see the shading, but then there's areas where it goes a little solid, then it comes back out.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I was just saying like that.
Yeah, this is just a close up of this guy's head. And he's going to be saying something, but yeah, you're right. I do need to put more shadows on what would be his left side a little bit, but I just wanted to kind of do. I'm just going to have some like sloppy silhouettes of his minions kind of in the background that he's addressing. I'm not going to get real detailed on that panel.
Yeah.
And then the panel below it is going to be a wider shot of like them.
That's why I brought up like that. I would think that would be more of like if you had an inker, their job, they're the ones that bring in like they're looking at from the shadow or the levels of darkness or negative space or basically all of that. Putting in those shapes to bring the drama,
Well, my goal is to have this color. I mean, I originally planned on having the comic book colored, but if I can't afford it, if I can't afford it, I'll have to.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm trying to learn this stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to draw and make some panels and just tell the story as best I can, and then pass it on to more talented. Like I haven't thought that deep about how I'm gonna do. It's kind of.
It's a lot of work, man.
It's a lot of work. No, it's cool. I want to have most of it done by I think there's a convention in March. And I'm going to print out some promo stuff for the crowdfunding. And Jim and Dan at the Jim and Dan Comics are going to let me put my promo stuff out on their booth. I'm gonna pay them. It's $60 for their booth. Their table. I think they're gonna have 2 tables. That's $110. So I was gonna pitch them. I'll give you $20 toward your. $20-$30. Let me put all my print. I got to get a printer and print out like a promo thing. But I've got till March.
Hold on, this doesn't sound right. You're not just walking up to one of the big studios and demanding the pay of like a senior artist already. I don't understand. You clearly already did some stuff. That's good enough. That's
there you go.
Well, you're not just entitled to a senior artist pay already. I don't understand. What's their problem?
I mean, I post on Twitter or X. I mean, doesn't that qualify me?
I'm published.
Yeah.
I'm digitally published.
I'm all
on multiple platforms.
And I've made comments about climate change. Like, we need to stop oil now.
My characters are clearly DEI. Yeah. You got DEI characters. You got a frog woman. So.
Oh, you're bashing my frog woman. That's
going
to be.
I'm saying that she's literally a how much more
diverse than you can in a frog woman.
She's a different color and she's a different species.
She's a BIPOC
human. Right, there you go. She's a BIPOC.
She's part cyborg, frog, human. Yeah.
She's mixed species. Interspecies.
That's right out of Voltz's. I have one character that's real. Mm-hmm. I have one character that's over the top. Yeah, like. You're going to be like, oh, God. Like, cringe.
Volts don't fuck with no frogs.
Shit. I've seen Volts' shit. He's got, like, he's got all those snake. He's got a snake fetish or something. They're not even snakes. They're like, what? How would you describe your characters?
Lewd.
Big titty snake cat women or something. Lewd. Yeah, there you go. But no, I like them. I'm not bashing them. I think they're creative. Yeah. But I am going to have one character that's like, you're thinking, oh, geez, that's silly. There's one character on the team that's silly. But I'm doing that on purpose,
Yeah, like a Snarf, like an Orko.
Kind of like, but a main fighting character. But it's kind of like a Snarf and an Orko. No, she's not like, she's a little bit comic relief. She's a little bit, she's a fighter. She's like,
Squirrel. Are you saying
Squirrel don't fight?
There we go. She can beat everyone. Remember that?
What, who?
Oh, God. Squirrel Girl.
Oh, Squirrel Girl.
She can defeat anyone.
Squirrel Girl can beat Galactus. Yeah, I have a character that's a little like Squirrel Girl. That's a great that's a great, but I'm not going to make it, she's a little bit like that. Yeah.
Had her in Marvel Heroes.
Make sure she gets killed every episode.
Oh my God.
Just having a running gag where nobody talks about her dying horrifically in the last comic. Like the last panel has to be her getting smashed by like
just like Kenny.
Yeah, they had that.
No one recognized it. Unlike Kenny, because they always say they kill Kenny. No,
they kill Kenny.
She just gets killed, and the next one it's just nothing. Nobody knows it except for her. She's like, I'm back,
and I'm back,
like, freaking out or whatever. And everybody's just ignoring her. And
you've been here this entire time.
Oops.
Yeah.
Shut up.
No, they don't even register it. There's like, just anyways, that would be my own thing.
Yeah. I have somebody's like, you seen Hamster Girl recently?
Hamster Girl.
Hamster Girl. Exactly.
They never call her by her right name because she's.
That's a good idea.
She's not.
Instead of Squirrel Chipmunk Girl.
That's a good idea. Hamster. I need a hamster character. Damn, that's
No, now you just made me.
Now you're.
No, they're just calling her by the wrong name because they don't know who she is.
Hamster.
I don't think I'm going to do hamster style anymore. That's nice.
Hamster
Orgasmo line. Remember the little guy that knew hamster style? He was like, if you
from Orgasmo, yeah. And God, it's been a long time.
His traumatic thing was like a memory of him talking to his dad at the breakfast table.
Right.
Or something. He's like, Dad, I don't think I'm going to do hamster style anymore. The father's just, that's nice. And apparently that traumatized him for life. it's just because they're so dumb. It's Trey Parker and Matt
Yeah.
Stone.
Wasn't he Chota Boy or what was his name?
Chota Boy.
I
That's
can't.
exactly what it
Dude,
was.
it's been so long since I've watched that, man.
And his martial arts style was hamster style. So he finally gets over it, and then
that part I forgot. I forgot about the hamster style. Yeah,
I watched that movie with my buddies so many times.
Oh, did you?
Ridiculous.
I think I've seen it twice.
That's why I know when those Japanese the ones go Chota Boy.
Chota Boy.
Yeah. And they say their name just like that. Or actually, it's Trey Parker that's Orgasmo, and he says it like that real fast because he's supposed to be a Mormon.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know too much of this. I could almost.
Damn, you do.
Movie.
Yeah. By the time you say that name, I was like, I know that's Matt and Trey Parker.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's just like the character they had in South Park. I think his name was Captain Seaman or something like that. Seaman, and then he had his sidekick was a bird named Swallow, so he'd be like Swallows.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh boy. Yeah.
So Orgasmo was
I remember watching Orgasmo when it first came out because I watched that about around this.
Oh, it's a great movie.
About the time as Basketball, and I did not like Basketball.
Basketball was different.
Yeah, it was. They tried something.
Yeah, whatever they try,
it just didn't work for me. I mean, there were some funny parts, but no, I thought it was kind of dumb. But
it's like Cannibal the Musical. If you ever saw that was way back before. That was also just kind of a weird.
I never.
But that caught my eye with them, and it was just a weird movie.
They try shit. That's the good thing. They try a lot of shit.
They finally locked in on what worked commercially, and that's all that matters because they did a lot of stuff that didn't.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of what people aren't doing today. They just I'm doing this, and why don't you like it? But they go by what the feedback is, and they throw a lot of stuff against the wall, and they take what sticks, and develop it. They don't
blaming everybody
instead of blaming someone for not liking it. 100%. They used to do that with comic books too.
Whatever.
Yeah, back in the 70s, they do that with comic books.
They tried so many things. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a lot more freedom to try those kind of things then too.
Yeah, that's true. Being politically correct.
You can't make movies like that there now. Like
self-censoring.
You instantly get banned, blacklisted.
Fuck that.
Right now.
Fuck that.
That's why I used to like.
No, I never.
That's why I liked Kevin Smith up to the point of after releasing Red State because he was going that route of.
He was
Spielberg. He was like, this isn't working. I'm going to be marketing my own movies. I'm going to be putting them out there myself. We're going to all these theaters, so we're trying to get our own deals.
He let
actually a different kind of movie for him. Like he never produced anything like that.
Right.
That was compelling, like film, and he didn't have to do that again. But the fact that he could produce that level of dramatic quality versus everything that came before, the dialogue was like out of a high school play practically, and the acting was also really wooden too. It was like, oh, we're gonna do this. It was real. We're sitting in a coffee shop type talk,
Right.
Right. He really was he's really a bad writer, like on the Mallrat, all that other stuff, because it's so weird. Nobody talks the way they were talking, like they were in a play,
Right. No, you're 100%.
They were trying to make it like as if normal people would say that stuff.
It's quick. It's just he's trying to just do quick back and forth. Yeah.
Right.
The writing isn't that great for him.
That's why the Groucho Marx stuff. He did a lot of that, like really fast, lines, but they were not long movies. They were short,
right?
They weren't dialogue between two people for a length of time, like 30 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever it is. That's exhausting trying to listen to,
The people in the Kevin Smith movies, the people that are having conversations in the Kevin Smith movie don't even seem like they're talking to each other. They're just making one little quippy remark after another. You know what I mean? Yep. Like
Brody was one of the worst. Wait, not Brody. What's the main jock guy in Mallrats? I can't remember his name. That's not Brody. Brody is the guy I like. He actually can pull it off pretty decently. Like it fits his sarcastic character a bit.
Oh, Jason Lee was Brody.
Yeah, Jason Lee. Yeah, so not
yeah.
Brody,
Ben Affleck was Holden. Holden. Oh, you're talking about Mallrats. I'm talking about Chasing Amy. I'm sorry.
Quint was
the
guy. His line delivery.
Oh, Jeremy London.
Horrendous.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Totally.
Yeah.
Oh, just the worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was horrible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mallrats was not even though I kind of like it because it's got comic book references and stuff. It. Yeah. It's not a good movie. Yeah, it's not
of the time that I was in my early 20s and stuff.
Yeah.
Or even, around that time period. So I liked it just because, and also, like you said, it's kind of nerdy. So,
it's got Wolverine. He's talking about X-Men. He's talking about Wolverine. He's talking about his comic book collection.
Fucking Stan Lee in it,
Bro, yeah, Stan Lee's in it. Yeah, he's got Batman, fly, fat ass, and all that, kind of the precursor to the Blunt Man and Chronic kind of thing, that he had going
Which
on.
I never got into because I never thought that was.
It's kind of silly. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was patting himself on the back a little too much over that one. Yeah.
Yeah. I liked them as little characters. I didn't like them trying to be their own
thing. Yeah.
Just didn't.
Dank Knight. Yeah.
Even his older stuff is still different than. You wouldn't think that's the same person that made that new He-Man
right
series.
Because he basically was defeated. He gave up.
I think so too.
Yeah. You can tell a guy whipped. He's got a family now. He's got kids and got married and
broke him,
It did break him. He did bro. Yeah, they won out, whatever,
Here's the thing. When I watched it, I didn't even know that was his.
So I knew it was,
like,
but
this is pretty damn good.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Later on I found out and I was like, what the fuck?
Right.
What the hell did he do this?
Right.
I was like, I didn't know he could be this good, with his dialogue and like, wow. I was like, maybe he needs to change it up from all that other goofy, nerdy shit that he's doing. And
he might even be better because he's a little bit of a fake nerd. I've always said that. I've always said he's a little bit of a poser. He likes to tap into it, but at heart, you can tell he's not really.
But he's been doing that for so long.
Yeah.
Can you really call him that, though?
Not really, you can't, but.
Maybe in the beginning, maybe.
I can kind of tell.
If he's running those podcasts and he's in the comic shops and he's, all that stuff, at a certain point.
He got a job writing. He got a job writing Daredevil and all that, but his heart, that's not his passion. All that stuff, you can tell it's just not his.
Right. He's a guy that likes his own projects.
Right.
In my opinion.
Right.
That's what he started doing. Nobody in their right mind would go from I can control and create and do my own projects and I'm successful pretty early on to now I have to follow the rules of a studio and I have to comply with what actors want and Bruce Willis is being a dick and
right.
all that stuff. Can you imagine that? What a fucking terrible, going from having Red State to fucking buddy cop movie, whatever the fuck it was called. Shitty
Cop Out. Yeah.
Cop Out. And
why he took that. I don't know why he took that.
Money, man.
Of course. He thought maybe he was going to make some big.
They probably threw out the whole, hey, do a few for us. We do what you want.
Yeah.
That's a well-known thing.
Oh, 100%. 100%. Yep. You are right about that.
I think you're right. I think he probably did get broken.
Yep. Oh, definitely. Yeah. He's even alluded to that a little bit. He won't 100% admit it, but he's alluded to it. Like, I gave up for a while.
Sold his soul
at
this point.
Now he's sold. Yeah. It's Nightcrawler. Or John Byrne goodness.
Yeah, these characters are looking really tight now. They're looking way more like the standardized look that I'm kind of used to.
And I like this breaking the panel border here with Colossus's head. Terry Austin's inks are just on point. You know what I mean? Terry Austin just cleans up. He cleans up John Byrne's pencils like crazy. I mean, look at it. I mean, that's just wonderful. I just love this shit. And I love the panel border breaks. You didn't see a whole lot of this. I mean, guys like Neil Adams would do it a little bit, but you didn't see it a whole lot this is still late 70s. You know what I mean? You didn't see those panel border breaks a whole lot. That was kind of a no-no, like, oh, never do that. He was one of the first guys to overlap the panel border. Go back to the 60s, early 70s, you didn't see that. Mm-hmm. Very rarely. Jim Steranko did it some in the early 70s. He would break the panel borders a little bit, but you just didn't see that kind of thing. Then, of course, then they ran with it, Then down the, right. Then as comics in the 80s evolved, and then the 90s, just the panel layouts were, they just went full. They went full retard with it. McFarlane is known for that kind of stuff, Liefeld. Oh, god damn. I love this cross-section diagramming looking of Magneto's volcano lair. That is so cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's John Byrne. John Byrne draws science fiction stuff like Star Trek and stuff. That's his forte. That is 100% like robot. He even had his website's called John Byrne Robotics because he he took Jack Kirby influence and like ran with it. But that is awesome. That is freaking awesome. If I could draw like that. Zoc. What is this? Zakao. What is that? Zakao. I've started paying attention to all this stuff now. I have to Chrome, all these. It's got to be a part of it eventually. I've been over this comic book before, but I like Nightcrawler in the shadows here with his eyes. This is where he's starting to make Nightcrawler much more, impish like. Pretty damn cool. It's Phoenix. Magneto kicks her butt, and then he turns Wolverine's claws on himself. Well, anyway, I'm going to have to go to bed. Not that I have big plans this weekend. I already went to the comic book shop this morning. Looking forward to looking through some of those. Yeah, I got up real early today. I got up for me early. It's not early for you, but I got up at 8:30. Got in the shower.
11. Well, I got up at 7 first, and then I got up at 11.
Yeah, but you get up in the week.
It's my sleeping day.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You get up in the week, and I usually sleep.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? We all got to do what we got to do.
I sleep till about 10.
Like for my entire life, I never did it. It's not like I'm doing it by choice. So who cares? It's not that amazing when you have to,
Oh yeah. I'm not saying anything, but I got up at 8:30 today.
For some reason, I was getting up at that time, and I just by choice. Yep. That would be kind of like, okay, well, that's some kind of effort there. I'm not really making an effort. It's a requirement.
It's a requirement.
That's different.
Right. Yeah,
it's different.
Oh, 100%.
Don't pat anyone on the back for doing their fucking job.
Right.
It's ridiculous. Yeah. Although in this day and age, Jesus, man. If anybody does their job, that's amazing.
Right. Yeah, I got home at 11:30. I didn't get to bed till 4 o'clock in the morning, and then I got up at 8:30. And
wow.
But then I came home after the comic book shop, and I had to go grocery shopping. And then I took about a 2-hour nap, fell asleep to some kung fu movie.
Cool. I like that.
Hell yeah. Some old 70s kung fu movie that I like. Yep.
Those are great.
Oh, fuck. This is one I hadn't seen. It's called Invincible Armor.
Hmm.
Kind of neat.
I may have seen the title.
It's real over
There's
the
a lot
top.
of that
It's a
stuff.
Wu-Tang
Yeah.
Clan type over the top one that they would invest in. You know, it's not Shaw Brothers, but it's somebody trying to be like the Shaw Brothers. It's a cheap knockoff of the Shaw Brothers, and they go
Yeah.
all out with the Eagle Claw style and the invincible armor.
yeah.
Find my 108 weak spot, 108 point weak
Nice.
spot and shit. I love that shit. It's fucking
Yeah,
stupid. But, you know, and
Yeah.
the characters can jump 25 feet in the air, you know, and
And
shit.
fucking comic book characters, dude.
I love that shit, man. I'd rather watch that than any kind of,
I
you
mean,
know.
those were basically superheroes, you know. They were
Exactly.
like,
Those martial arts
it's the same
superheroes.
shit.
Exactly.
I loved when
100%.
they had I'm the from the Iron Fist clan or the
Yeah.
Iron Arm clan,
Yeah.
or whatever it
Oh,
was. It's
100%.
oh, he's got that super. So if he hits him
Cheesaw
with that
gang.
arm,
Yeah.
he's gonna kill him with that arm.
Yes.
Whoa. Oh, he can deflect spears with it.
Golden
with his,
arm.
You know, with
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, that was silver spear, golden arm, short axe, long axe.
Yeah.
Brass head was one of them. They killed him off early. He got his ass whipped. And then they had, then they had like that Agent High Toe. Yeah.
That's pretty malleable.
Yep. Agent High Toe. He fights better when he's drunk. He carries that jug of wine around and fights with it.
Yeah,
That's
there was
bad.
always one of those.
Yeah, fucking badass. I love that shit, man. I can watch that shit all day. Yeah, I know I'm deranged. There's another one where the guy learns kung fu from a praying mantis that he sees in the forest. He's getting his butt kicked, and then he watches a little praying mantis like fight like in the forest, and then it's called Shaolin Mantis. That's a badass one too. That's Shaw Brothers.
And I've watched one where not one, but I've watched enough of them that they just end, and it's like something happened here. Did I get the full cut of this movie?
Yeah.
Because that's actually probably what happened. We didn't get the full cut of the movie.
It's like they never know how to end their movies. It's just like the end.
And I learned that a lot of them got chopped up a lot too. And so whatever eventually came to the United States, like whatever print we got was just a weird ass.
Just a weird ass, 100%. Right.
So that was, but it's all just fun. It's just fun.
Yeah, they're just fun to watch. Yeah, I don't try to. Now there's some that are like higher quality, like 36 chambers, stuff like that.
Right. This is an actual story that makes sense the entire way through. What the hell?
Yeah, that one actually had a sensible beginning, and not the one I watched today, falling asleep to. It was just nonsensical. I mean, the last like 20, 30 minutes, it's like, oh, they bring in another fighter. It just kept building up. They didn't know.
That gave Bruce Lee his like angle of like, we need to do like, realistic.
Actually have a realistic story that makes sense to the, 100%. Yep. But yeah, I was just saying that movie's actually on YouTube. That Invincible Armor.
Oh yeah.
Movie. Oh, is it?
Cool. Yeah.
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 Just watching the beginning part of it there while y'all were talking. The guy twisting and fucking at some bamboo in the beginning. Opening credits.
Yeah, that's it. Eagle Claw.
Nice.
He's showing off the Eagle Claw where he's breaking the bamboo. He's standing in the bamboo posts and he's like splitting them in two, and then bend it. Yeah. That's it.
I've gotten used to the movies with ads. Like I'll watch that stuff on Freevee or whatever, I think, and
that's what I watched it on. That's what I watched it on. Freevee.
Doesn't bother me. It's not the worst.
Yep, that's exactly what I watched it on. I think I said
YouTube has movies with ads too.
Yeah,
it's fine.
I don't care.
Blocker works on them too.
Yeah, I don't really give a shit. As long as I can.
Yep.
I don't mind a break every once in a while. Sometimes I prefer it.
Exactly.
A little 90-second break. Don't bother me a bit.
Yeah.
I love the old sound effects in that movies though.
Oh God.
So they had to reuse the same, like blocks and all that.
Ping. Yeah. Yep. And when they're just the air sound of them just practicing. Yeah, I love that shit.
Man, how disappointed was I when I kept trying to punch as fast as I could and never could make
And
the
I couldn't.
sound.
When I was a kid, we tried to make that sound. We were like, well, "They're doing it." How? I pulled my fucking forearm muscle, or
When
trying
hit
to
something and it didn't make that.
dang, or
So
yeah,
you have to make it yourself when you're play fighting.
Oh, we did that. Yeah, we 100%. They jump in the air, like what the fuck? Motherfucker jumps 30 feet straight up.
I was able to run on the wall sideways.
Oh, nice.
Do that.
Bo Jackson.
You can only do it for a few steps.
Right.
I was really light.
Yeah.
If you're really light, and when you're like in your teenager or whatever.
My Vietnamese friend from high school, freshman year of high school, could run up walls like fucking crazy like that.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah.
I ran sideways, like
it run up sideways. Yeah, he would do that, and then we would fill a 2-liter bottle up with water and hang it off of a tree rope, and then right by like a big like stone fence, like a stone wall that was in his backyard, and he would jump off. He would run the side of the wall and then jump off, and then break the. He would kick the 2-liter bottle full of water. We'd have it filled. And it would splash everywhere. Yeah.
You're making me remember things.
Yeah.
So we had a big piece of plywood, and that's what we would run up, kind of like a skate ramp or whatever.
Right.
We'd run up, and to get to the top to just I think we either jumped or we ran right back down. I can't remember anymore. But yeah, it was always the trying to defy physics stuff, trying to be Spider-Man. That was another one.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I can do that. Look, I feel like Spider-Man,
My Vietnamese friend kind of lived in a bad neighborhood in Muncie, and he lived right under a train trestle, and there was a big stone wall.
Or Munson.
Yeah. His backyard was part of and it had a stone wall right underneath a train trestle, and there was a tree. There was like an old broken down tree, and we would hang that bottle. That brings back memories, man. He could bust that motherfucker.
Cool.
Yep. His name was Tin Pham. Yep.
That movie you watching got so much action scenes in it, right?
Oh, it's insane.
I have to check it out.
I just looking at the most viewed. You can see that on YouTube where it does the peaks. There are so many peaks. Every time I scroll to one, it's just somebody fighting. That's all.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
That entire movie is like, I don't know if there's a story in that show. I mean, these stories back then, but
it's the story is hard to follow. Don't even bother. It just goes from this and that.
The story,
and
that
this.
show is just fighting. It's just fighting.
Yeah.
It's mostly just kung fu action. Yeah.
It's a little boy fuel. It's like, yes,
that's 100% what it is.
Now I'm gonna go out and beat the shit out of my friends.
I wasn't even sure I had the name of the movie right, but Invincible Armor. Yep, that's it. Yep.
Invincible Armor.
And like they would, it's part of the Wu-Tang collection, which I did not know.
Some of these new Marvel artists probably do themselves some good. Go watch those old fucking movies, because all they were doing was getting better at stunt coordinating.
Yeah.
And action fighting too. Yeah.
Yep.
They tried a shitload of things.
There we go.
The whole premise is this he's combined Eagle Claw with the Invincible Armor power. There's 108 weak points, and he can move. Like, you have to figure out where his weak point is. And they kept trying. They kept bringing in warriors at the end, like at the final fight. Like, they were all trying to analyze where his weak point is with their kung fu styles, and he's like, that's not my weak point, try again, and I like that shit.
That is very Fist of the North Star. There were enemies in Fist of the North Star, like they could move their weak points or whatever. I think there was one guy that I remember that he could change where his weak points were, but then you also had the guys that knew how to hit those weak pressure points or whatever. It's like, I can't hit it because it keeps moving. That's why. Oh, and they figured it out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I loved when he would go fight the big guys. Souther.
Yeah.
And all that stuff, all that Fist of the North Star stuff. And then when I later on learned that he was like, a lot of the times he would defeat his enemies and like he would figure something out, and he'd be like, "You can never defeat me because you fail to have the power of love." And I'm like, "What the? You can never be a man because you can't love," or something like that. And I was like, "What? I thought this was all about beating the shit out of people,
right?
And people exploding when you hit them with the punch, and then 5 seconds later they're like, ha, 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 I'm totally fine." Yeah,
internal bleeding.
Yeah, their guts explode out their back and whatever it is. Yeah, but I swear, and that's Fist of the North stuff is weird. There's so many different versions that they collected, kind of like the Macross stuff. There's like different cuts, different versions that they made. So I could never follow what's the right order to watch any of this stuff in. The movies, the series, there's older series, there's newer series. It's just all over the place to me.
Yeah, but just like you said, a lot of that stuff just gets slapped together when it comes here.
Yeah.
So you could get like something that came out 3 years before something else.
Yeah.
It will come out at this point in time. There's like the thing that was older comes out 3 years later, and it's like everything's just all over the place. So it's like,
oh man, one of the worst was like
very difficult to figure out.
Like the Power Ranger stuff. When the guy, there's one channel breaks down how they came about and how they basically were just chopping up 2 different series in Japan and just kind of trying to shove them together into one, usable thing for United States. And like, we're just going to rewrite some of these parts over here. But they would try to use footage from other stuff. And all of those things are, it's crazy how, it's crazy how shitty these people were. And putting things together, and they were successful.
Right.
It's so weird how, but they just found that element. Kids like masked heroes.
Yes.
Yeah, make a toy.
I never got into Power Rangers.
Digested any shitty, but they just kind of digested any shitty, relatively somewhat of a storyline that just have the same process.
Right.
As long as they can tell what's happening. And you got the big fight, good. You can pull out the power suit, great. There we go. Yeah, you got to follow that pattern.
And that's 100% true. You're saying because they come saying, "Well, I never followed Power Rangers," but earlier you were saying Silverhawks.
You don't really have to.
It's the same. It's the
same thing.
Just a different.
Exactly. Just it's just all same formula. Yep.
Like I think they call them the Sentai series or whatever. Where they're all just a power team. Like. And then they would go like, what's the correct number of people? Do we need 3, 4, 5?
Right.
What was the right 7? Is 7 too many? 1. It's like 1. We know 1 works. So what's the team though? The team number. Oh, they played around with that too. And there were some series that we've never heard of before that were complete stories. But then when they would chop them up and combine them with other ones, it was just like, why does the footage make no sense? Because there was from something else, some other live action series that they pulled it in. It's like you can actually tell the costume's a little bit different there. It looks pretty similar, but
right.
Yeah, crazy stuff, man.
It is crazy,
and yet somehow they made money off of that. They made that work. That's why every time you get so bogged down on like, man, it's not doesn't have to be perfect.
It doesn't. No, 100%.
Get it out there,
right? 100%.
And the people that like you said, the nerds that they can tell this is good. They're going to know.
Right.
They're going to know.
Right.
You don't have to appeal to the general audience.
Right.
Fuck that.
Yep.
Yep. Maybe later on you can learn.
And you can always get better. Yeah, you can always.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like sculpting. It's like sculpting.
Yep. Well,
get out of here. Yeah.
Yeah. My last thing. It's like the Rippaverse stuff. They're not even. They're not even giving him any kind of leeway to improve. It's a brand new thing. It's like it's going to be perfect out of the gate. No, he's going to make mistakes. He's going to, he's a first-time comic book writer. It's not the greatest. Okay, whatever. He went in, he made his company, and he's trying to get better. He's trying to promote more, bring in more talented people.
Because he set himself up for that type of criticism.
100%. I was about ready to say
hard on everybody else. And everybody, nobody's doing anything perfect. So he's acting like the fucking I know everything. I'm the expert of everything.
Right.
You're gonna get
you're gonna get equal and opposite blowback just just
Absolutely.
exactly. But
but he's using that to his advantage as well too, just to
Of
get more
course.
of
popularity
course,
out of it too.
of course,
Absolutely.
yep. Playing
I still
He
haven't
the.
knows
opened.
exactly what
I
he's
still
doing.
haven't opened either one of those issues. Like,
I knew you were
they're
going to
sitting
say
right there
that.
over by no, not at all. In the cardboard. I'll show 'em to you.
But Phil's
In the
right. He
cardboard.
is kind of starting to play a little bit of the look what my detractors are saying. Wait, that was part of his
He's always been
plan.
like that,
But
though.
that's
You
part
look
of
at
his plan.
videos. Oh, look
Exactly.
what they said about
Look,
that, and then he'll
yeah.
make a video about
And then
how
he'll
dumb
make
they are or
a
whatever.
like monetize my haters and all that stuff. But
Yeah, I never agreed with that, but that's his thing. He makes
I'm
it work for him, and so
and
whatever.
whatever. And yeah, he can bring more talent. Getting Joe Bennett's, phew, that's crazy. Joe Bennett is mad fucking talented, dude. I mean, he's unbelievable. I will buy
I'm
that
gonna
Alpha
argue
Core.
that this guy July would not. He either knows how to really read what's going on and have good timing with it, or he just got lucky that all this shit's going on and these people were available. Because if they weren't available, oh wow,
Right.
like his stuff would not be picking up the way it is. Because
Right.
without getting that level of talent, you
Yep.
know, the names. It's just like why is Scarlett Johansson always in these things? You know, when I would ask, why'd they put her in Ghost in the Shell? Because she brings in fucking asses and seats.
Yeah.
That's why.
See, this is my thing. If I saw him, he's got Cliff Richards drawing it.
Right.
I saw him 1 and 2. If he would have gotten Joe Bennett from the jump to draw that book, oh my goodness. But Joe Bennett's kind of jumping on the bandwagon. He's been blacklisted, but he's jumping on the bandwagon. That would have been. I'm not trying to diss Cliff Richards. He can draw better than I'll ever be able to draw. I'm not saying that. It's something about his art style I don't really find appealing that much. A little bit, but Joe Bennett is on a different level, man. If he could have gotten him from the jump, a lot of these guys, of course, they're going to move the goalposts and find something else. It's all about the writing anyway. Most of the critique is about his writing, but they're not given a chance. How many comic books are great out of the gate? They're not. You know what I mean? You got to give them a chance.
But you're asking as a reasonable person,
right?
At what's happening,
and they're not exactly. 100%. I'm trying to use
it as a reasonable person. And so I'm like, of course he's not going to be amazing. I don't expect him to be amazing.
Right, exactly. But give him a chance, give him some leeway to improve the company, which he'll do, you know.
I expect his writing and his voice to be exactly what
you thought
it was.
Yeah,
I was like, 100%. Yeah, that's what I've figured.
Yeah.
But, I'm not really doing it because I think that he's going to be an amazing writer. The art would be competent, from what I saw.
Right.
I got exactly what I paid for.
Exactly. Right. I didn't buy issue 2, but anyway, man.
The only thing I was actually hyped about was the animation, and I've said that many times.
Right. Yeah, that was neat. He's working on it. He's working on it, but it's got to be on pause with this lawsuit. The lawsuit.
Right.
Yeah. About the ISOM name.
Sure.
Which I think is silly. ISOM is
lawsuits are
right. So we'll see what happens with that. But I was just kind of curious. I didn't mean to go into a big thing about that, but.
Yeah, I've already said the same shit about
it
every
100%.
single time we talk.
Yep. Well, anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I appreciate you guys dropping in. I was only gonna get on here for. I say this every time. I was gonna get on here for about an hour, and then an hour turned into. I started getting into that fucking He-Man fan fiction comic book of Rob Norton's, and I was like, "Damn, this is good."
Tangent.
Yeah.
Do what?
Tangents.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we're doing.
All right. I appreciate you guys dropping in. So yeah, I gotta get some sleep, man. I'll see you guys. All right.
Focus on the later.
All right. Later, guys. Later.
See ya.
See you, Volts.
Say a little something I don't know if you'll